Wow. Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. What? Hi, Jameson. I don't know why I cannot read still. Besides, I thought you were going on with the textures. Oh yeah, I mean, I knew what was going on with the textures. I was playing with the options and then suddenly it became all UV spheres. I haven't tried restarting the game though, but I'm fairly certain that a restart would fix that issue. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hi, Brian. Brian, look, I'm playing Sonic Unleashed. Oh my god. I still remember you told me about the Sonic Unleashed recompile thingy, and I finally did it. Exceedingly weird. Well, I mean, it happened. It is weird. It is something that I face before full release. So one thing that I want to mention about Power World as well is that I before I play Power World yesterday, I did do a verify integrity of files beforehand, so I think that helps a little bit, I think. But also doing that seems to, I don't know, like it doesn't really change anything. So I'm also kind of weirded out by it. And also, probably because I played with mods before and I don't know how to do like a clean uninstall of mods or like like a fully clean factory reset of Power World. I mean, it's good that they remember how the file is before uninstalling the game, and then after installing the game back, it stays the same, and that's cool too, right? That's cool, but also I don't know how to do like a clean install. No, I mean honestly, any mods that I have that I know that I have, I try to remove them, but that still happens. So I don't know. But also on a little bit of a sad side is that I don't know why I had a rough sleep last night, like a really rough sleep. I was sleeping, and then at about 4, 5, I think, in the morning, and then I suddenly just have these like nightmares. I don't know if they are nightmares, but they sure are keeping me up all night. Right? It's like whenever I fall asleep and then it happens again, and it's like, huh, right? So I feel a little bit groggy, but uh, mm, uh, 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 uh. And Kobo is fine still, though. Like just a little bit more on the groggy side, I think. Deep break for some stuff. Memory file, for example. A friend had a problem where the content file was both cloud safe and corrupted. In the disconnect from cloud, find the folder and nuke the content file. Before file found integrity to get it to give him a fresh version. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking to just nuke everything in, like, I'm currently looking at the Power World here. So this is the content that I'm looking at, right? I just nuke everything here. And then do verify integrity after. Clean. Clean. But that would be reckless, I feel like. That might work. I know. It's the problem that it might work, or it could nuke the entire game and never play it again. But I don't think that's gonna happen, right? That's what verify integrity of files supposed to be, to re-download missing files and make it factory new, or like make it the default, right? Make it clean, no mods, no other things. Oh yeah, put it in the recycling bin works too. I forgot. Yeah. If it doesn't work, you can renuke that and unpack the old, at least kind of functional one. Yeah, I want to do that, but not on stream. It doesn't necessarily read over everything is the thing. To verify integrity of files? That's fucked up. I thought they're gonna read through everything. Then yeah, the might is less of a chance now then. if they don't necessarily read over everything, it's like ugh. It's already is this file there? Yes? Okay, we're good. Not necessarily is this file the same as the one we have? Especially when mods are involved. I mean, yeah, but still. One I think another thing that I can think of is currently there is this mod file on the base folder. So mods here I assume is for the Steam workshop, right? And then there's also content, sorry, not content, binary. Is it binary? Shit, I forgot. It's somewhere. Huh, where did the thing go? Where did the thing go? Is it here? Oh, it's here. Yeah, this is the previous mod file, I'm pretty sure. Wait, 2026. Oh? Wait, this is the old one. Oh shit, I almost fucked up. This is the old one. This is the old one. Because time. Time. This is very important. Time. So I could delete this one and see how it works. But we'll think about that maybe for me off stream, because I don't know if I'll be streaming Powered anytime soon. I'm probably gonna stream Warframe more. If it corrupts hard while those would be missing a complete in card, it will go, what the fuck is this? I'll try to insert the specific file. I think no guarantees though. Yeah, I mean, they don't specifically say or explain what they do with verifying integrities and stuff, right? So it's really hard to say, which is very understandable. I mean, there is the FAQ, but even the FAQ doesn't really say what they do, right? It's just that they recommend when to do this, right? They recommend when and how, right? So, it's weird. I'll put everything you have in the folder. Please tell me you know where it is. Then refresh for integrity and see if that works. If yes, good, it's working. If not, nuke the new stuff and port it over. Yeah. Exactly. I would just like cut everything into a different folder and then verify integrity. It would be very time consuming, and also I would need to have enough space to do every single one of these as well. Currently my E is looking my C is looking my F is looking so I'll think about it, right? Cloud saving just in case. Cloud saving can be disabled in the properties, right? I think. I never disabled cloud savings before. Oh yeah, there it is, Steam Cloud. Okay. Keep games safe in the Steam Cloud for Power World. Disable that one, I think. Okay. I'll do it next time then. Also, the problem of CPU being iffy. Yeah, that too. I mean, fair enough. The CPU being iffy is like very valid because what? Because the CPU I have has been going on for a decade, and that's ancient for in terms of like technology stuff, right? Since technology just like constantly evolving, and then there's me who still use something that's like a decade ago while streaming. So I mean, that's I'm not even gonna like disregard that because it's true. The CPU is definitely getting Eevee now. Also, hi Eevee. Right, anyways, I wanna open up Sonic Unleashed. I need to close this one. Open up this one. Boom. Sega. Unleash Recompile open up so fast, it's crazy. That's so loud. I'm pretty sure I lowered down the volume though. Yeah, it's just the starting is very loud. Oh my god, more Sonic. Alright, let's continue. I forgot where we left off. I think we left off at no, Holoscan. We were at Holoscan. Do we want to play a little bit of Apotos for funsies? Yeah. Let's go to the village and let's do... I'm pretty sure there's this hot dog guy mission that we can do. Hello. Don't fat your Fapotos hot dog stun. Alright, we can do all of these real quick. Finish 4:30? Oh my goodness. I am Apotos, like, come on. This one's pretty easy. Let's see how stylish you can make it look. I don't know how stylish I can get, but a little bit. Here we go.
Ready? Go! Go!
I fucking love this game. Holy shit. The morning stage are the best, I would say. It's not middle first. I think I can just like boost there to skip all these, yeah. This part is just like random, I don't know what I'm doing. I drifted. Ooh. What was that? What was that? Nice, that was...
Cool!
I think that was kind of fast, no? It's 4:30 and then I finished with 2 minutes left. Yeah, that was like 1 minute and a half. Well, kind of a 1 minute and a half. I love Apotos, man. I'm pretty sure I'm missing a lot of... I'm pretty sure I'm still missing a lot of... like, shortcuts still, but gosh, that feels good. Sweet, nice going, Sonic. I feel the breeze all the way back here, haha. Custom made hot dog just for you. Breezy dog. Oh yeah, it's different. Give it to Chip. This tastes so light and refreshing. Suddenly I'm in a great mood. Wow. I need that. God damn it, I need that. Yogi's Duelist. Hi. Hope you're doing well. Doing pretty okay. Well, other than a little bit like EP, but that's no big deal. Beat over 15 falls. I'm pretty sure I beat more than 15. I mean, this one's just like, I'm pretty sure the first like level 1 missions are just free. I'm pretty sure.
Go!
Yeah, like those ones, I might have to do a big jump to like get them. Oh. And that's only 15, holy shit. God, the boost feels so good. Will it last that long? My goodness. Oh, you went the wrong way. Oh, you went the wrong way, Sonic. Oh, I thought you were Sonic. Okay, thank you very much. Hi, Summer. Yeah, I can just skip over. Hope Summer doing good. Oh my god. Go to the left at some point. Solo, I got the Warframe loot. I got the thing. What do they call it again? Mesa Prime? I got Mesa Prime. I haven't tried it out yet. But I wanna look at it tomorrow. Cool. Cows, oh my god. Hi, Sing friend. Make short work of them. I tell you, I felt good just watching. Alright, give me that breezy dog. Thank you very much. Oh, Cax is doing it. Look at that paw. Oh my god. Breaky has such amazing emotes. Holy hecky. Watching felt good, huh? What do you mean watching felt good? Huh? What is Kobo doing? Huh? I made it to a Kobo stream again for once. Heck yeah, it's always nice to see cows. Thank you. I love Bracky's evil. Oh my god, that's so good. I do hope you're having a nice weekend. It is Sunday. I had a bit of a groggy sleep, but it's no big deal. I'm pretty sure a little bit of Sonic would fix that. I forgot to jump. I'm just doing level 1 missions for a little bit and then we're gonna continue with the story. Why are you going that way? My brain. Fair enough. I didn't go left. It sucked me to the right. For some reason, it sucked me to the right. What was that? Nice thing, that was almost 500. And the more breaking more, and the Naso. Oh my god, those are the new breaky emotes, right? Gosh, that's so good. And then Solar with the mall. I love mall. That ding 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 as you grab a line of rings sliding along a rail, that's a sound of pure joy. Ding ding ding. Alright, Sonic's gonna eat 2 of these then. 70? 70 is not bad actually. Where are we at? Maybe 100 per XP, yeah. Alright, we're gonna continue with the story. I'm not too sure where we left off. Oh yeah, we were in Holoska. And I think they want us to go back to... Yeah, it looks like we want to go back to Spaconia. Spaconia. Oh, it's you again. Mumble, 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 whisper, whisper. Oh, I can't believe we ran all this way. Wait, those you are get to go. I cannot read. You are got to get over this, eh? We never are gonna have a thing. Oh, I don't know. We're sure to run into each other a lot, eh? I call it the fate. Now talk to my friend Wentos here, eh? I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna eat you. Oh my god, 4 in my video game? What the heck is going on? No, okay, let's not be rough, right? Let's say, hey there, right? Mentos? Friend. I went up, you will finally get out of your name, bravo! I did it! Hi, Fluffy. And that's a good for today, grazie, my blue friend. See you around, eh? Oh, I can eat you. Oh no! I don't get scared my friend here, eh? You're gonna get eat. Not again, Windows, don't run. Alright, he's not running. Are you talking to a doll? Hey, Windows, say something. These folks are thinking you a puppet. Me? I'm not a doll. My name is Mentos. Ah, Mentos, you finally got your name, bravo! that's a good for today. Grazie, my bubble friend. See you around, eh? Very good lick, snap. a good lick could get a combo going. I noticed Raimondo and Lydia are talking over there. No reason. I just, well, it looks like she's enjoying herself. Oh no, are you getting cucked? Do you know how long that Dorm Dominator Auto has been at it? 80 years. 80. Unbelievable. Even more amazing is he remembers everything about his student. Do you know what he said to me when I ran into him the other day? How are your grandma and my grandpa? I bought them together, you know. Ha ha ha, what a hoot. That old door master does know it all. You will become a robot because of that. Ha ha ha, you put it that way, okay? I'm just gonna go find the professor. Oh, it's Ami. I still couldn't you turn into that thing? How would Amy sound like? I don't know. I can't believe you done that thing. But no way to the package is still by Sonic. Something like that, I would say. Sonic, my boy, I managed to pinpoint another temple location. The manuscript suggests the temple lies somewhere in Chunnan. You know it, yes? You should see it on the world map. Now, make haste, Sonic, to get the Chaos Emerald to that temple, my boy. Any further questions? I have souvenirs. Oh, thank you. Let me give you a little hint in return for your trouble. Found any back alleys to save you time out in Windmill Isle by day? Most side paths will turn out to be shortcuts to the goal, my boy. Practically every stage will have multiple paths, so keep your eyes peeled. I mean, yeah. Little hint. See, it seems many a door on your night route through towns are breakable. Perhaps some of them hide juicy secrets. Give them a good knock, eh? Of course, you might be walking in on the monster tea party, so be ready. Oh, I mean, I did break every door in the nighttime stages, so I think that should be fine. Oh, why, thank you, little hint. After knocking an enemy up into the air, you can proceed to pummel it with an aerial combo, my boy. No interruptions from the other monsters that way. I certainly wouldn't want to be the recipient of that sort of punishment. I almost forgotten. I have a small gift for you, my boy. Here, take this. It's a moon medal. Really? Not that you should feel obligated, but I'm very much looking forward to your next souvenir. One more. As you talk to the people around town, sometimes they will ask for your help in getting something or other. Depending on the item, you may be able to purchase it in a shop or find someone who has it. You may also find it in an entrance stage, so be observant. I'm sure a small gift. Ooh, sun medal for free. Holy shit. Thank you. No, I'm good. Yeah, I'm sure I'm going through the door that game. Alright. I still remember Mega Crawl. Crawling in my crawl.
It's done.
I mean, Professor did say go to Chunnan, right? I never been. Wait, Spirgonia has one. What am I doing? DLC? No. Let's get in. Yeah. I found out 2 days ago when I was playing this game, and then there is this downward momentum. So when Sonic goes downhill, Sonic goes faster. Apparently, so does crawling. So fun. And then Sonic can just like go out there and kick people. No, the best game ever. You know, kick people. Kick people. Professor's research is coming along briskly. I'm happy to know that his research contributes to world peace. World peace, huh? Oh, I can step on people. Okay, maybe not. This is nighttime stage. That laser? Oh yeah, I have stuff now. There we go. Oh, that must be war jump. I'm too slow. I'm not Sonic fast. I'm too fast. I forgot how horrendous this game's camera is. Oh, the moon medal. I should get that one. Camera. Oh my god, I'm the best. It is war jump. Okay. This is a nighttime thing. Oh, camera. Holy camera. Now that I have war jump, I should be able to go to multiple places now? Yeah, like here. Oh yeah. Looks like we can't get in here yet. Let's try somewhere else. What? I was doing cool things though. But also that one. Oh my god. Oh, this one. This is the Tails stage. I don't want to do that. So, no day stages for Spegonia yet? Alright, let's do a bit of a TF here. It is time to TF. Oh my god, TF in my video game? God, the music is so good. Warhog? Yeah. Very cool. I'm pretty sure I unlocked quite a bit of the skills here. Whoa. 4-4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That feels like I can hit people while running. That's pretty good. So is this one? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Seiya? Saint Seiya? Okay. Oh my god, it's a parkour. The camera, oh my god. OK 呀，把你要拿电话还给我是？哎呦我去！yeah, OK。还有坏消息，因为我电话没有电了哈。Is something gonna change on something gonna change on day stage maybe? Alright, more TF. More. 怎么了？哦，那我也没有办法，也不知道为什么。那不用紧哦。
那你知道今晚到9点，如果你有空的话，可能看有个人去。
今晚
到9点。
它是 Mewtwo 什么东西 Red 哈
？Mewtwo Red 对，它是可以，它一直推又不走，它是能够让它。
哦。
打的。
可是 Red 我一个人也打不赢啊。我一个人打不赢啊。
对，我想我们一起帮你，然后想想看，我们应该挺多人，至少12个。
啊，这样因为它是 Mega 不是？啊 Mega 那所以 Mega 应该不能。
31个人，虽然不关你的事，可是我们经历多，因为是我就是进去，我被 K 了5次出来，我这个没有经验，因为人数不够，一进去人家觉得够的话进去了，够了，然后就被推出来。
哇！
一个人的时候，你就感觉害了人家5次。
这样没有办法，我觉得。哦，不用紧啊，妈妈白就很黑了。大哥啊，大哥反正自己5个account不用紧啊。没事。没有啦妈，你们几时进来都可以，不用紧。不用紧啊，他们听也没有什么。妈妈 Kobo cameo, it's my sister. It's fine. I'm back. No, I'm back. It's my sister. Sister boy. She went away. Yeah, they took my phone out to play Pokemon Go this morning, and she's super duper shy. I kept my mic open in secret. More Cispo. Oh. But yeah, they went for Pokemon Go this morning, and there was this Mega Mewtwo X raid, but then for some reason my phone keeps like kicking myself out, and then they are frustrated that I cannot join. I was like, oh yeah, well, I don't know what happened. I cannot do anything about it, and it's okay, you know. Like sometimes when things don't go my way, it's totally fine. So I don't blame them at all. I mean, it's my phone being a little bit weird, right? No Mega Mewtwo X, it's fine. Mega Mewtwo is not even dragon. Am I right or am I right, chat? Oh, this is another stage. I guess no Spagonia stage currently still? My sister is super duper shy. Well, this one at least. This one is more shy. But if it's my other sister comes in, my third one, the best one ever, she would definitely say hi. She would definitely be like, oh my god, hi. She's that kind of person. She's amazing. I love my third one. I love my third sister. Alright, I guess we are not going to Spagonia for now. I guess we're going to Chunnan immediately. New place. Our grandfather hasn't come back yet. Where could he have gone? Oh, when I get worried like this, I get all hungry. There's gotta be something to eat around here. Literally a few walks away. There's thing to eat, brother. What are you doing? Hi. I wonder where Grandpa went. Now that he's gone, I don't have anyone to play with. Can you find my grandpa for me? Yes? Oh wait, these are wine. Oh, oops. The kids shouldn't be drinking wine. There's a lot going on that I don't really understand. Everyone's all panicking about the elder not coming back or something. Are you living in a rock? Oh, oops. Oh my goodness, oh, my legs. Oh my goodness, my clumsy leg. Oh, I cannot help it. Oh. My clumsy leg. Why are you standing on top of? Welcome to Chunnan. I only regret that I am not. I'm only regret that I am not able to give the two of you a proper welcome. Why? What's wrong? Well, you see, our village's most precious treasure is missing. The village elder went in search of it and has not returned. We will go search for him, but monsters lurk outside the village. That's too bad. Oh my god, it's either yay or fuck you kind of reaction is so fucked up. Oh my god. That's too bad. Oh my god. I'll find your elder. You would do that? Oh, fortune has indeed smiled upon us. Heavens, look at me getting all misty-eyed. Please, you must head to the entrance stage at once. What's the treasure? Ah, yes, our treasure. It is a good luck charm passed down for ages. We credit it with having kept our humble village safe from disaster. On the day the planet split apart, though, it rolled away and got lost. Well, no matter. Please, you must try to find the elder. The elder hasn't come back. They say that he left to search for our village missing treasure. Well, I heard about that. Whoa! The elder has come. Mia? I wonder if he was attacked by a panda. What's that? You're going to look for him? There'll be big help. The entrance is just beyond these stairs. You should hurry. I'm gonna point at you now. Oh. Wow, Sonic is strong. Oh my goodness. Right, going to the entrance stage now.
Instant.
Hey. You can come through here, out of the question, too dangerous. You cannot pass without Lean's permission. What? Lean has asked you to help search for the elder? Sorry, The entrance stage is through here, you can't miss it. Don't you go now? Yeah, I'll go now. By all means, and best of luck to you. Please find the elder, we're counting on you. Don't know why the inner Malaysian just came out now there. Wait, Chunan morning stage is so good. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
Instant.
Oh, it's the light dash, I think. Is it called light dash or ring dash? I don't know. Oh, I want rings. Air boost. Accelerate even in mid-air. Ooh. Yeah, this is the Unleash recompiled. Yeah, it's so good. Thank you, Brian. Places no more jump kills. Oh, was I not able to do air boost just now? Oh, I was doing air homing attacks. Oh. Oh my god, the camera, I swear to god. Why? Wonder how you're supposed to get across here? Hi, Shy Vanita. Good to sleep. I want to say hi. Of course. Thanks for stopping by. I do hope you have a good evening after. Air Devil? I am the devil. Kobo is such a devil. What? Where am I going? Camera, please, I swear to god, please work with me. Okay. Am I... Is there just no day stages possible? Oh. Pick me up. I will let the lurk, of course. Have a good lurk. Thank you. Eliminates all. Is that medicine? What does it smell like? Oh, what is this? Suddenly I'm pumped. Oh my god, it's adrenaline. What the heck? Oh no, I'm... Another one? Honey Chunnan, not the refreshing aroma. Nice find. I will mind the cup once the planet is safe. Oh my god, the bounce back was crazy. Is that possible? What? Wow, I got I got a 1-up. I got an extra life in entrance stage. Crazy. Oh, there's a Alright, it's time to TF. Yeah, everyone likes TF. Very cool. Jump? Why would you jump? I guess jumping up is not allowed anymore. This is what I mean by fixed camera, by the way. Oh my god, the camera. I'm gonna cry. I guess only 9 stages. This is Act 3, is it? Dragon Road Act 1. Why does it say 3? Alright, let's play this one then. I like a good old night stage as well. Night stage is pretty fun. It's not bad. Classic fixed camera. Becky, oh my god. Thank you, Becky. Oh my god. I forgot I have no strength. Kobo is no strength. I'm angry. Kobo angry. Oh, get fucking. I fucking love night music. I know, it's so good actually. I would say I will say this once again. I fucking love listening to jazz when I beat up everything. But then the camera is horrendous though. Holy shit! There's a reason why this game came out in 2008. But a game that came out in 2008 looks like this? I wouldn't believe it. Oh. Ow. I'm angry. Oh, I'm not. Not anymore. Fuck that power in particular. What's funny is that when I do that move, I cannot readjust. Suddenly it's just locked on that one particular spot. Oh yeah, I might want to explain why am I struggling so hard with monsters. I think the best way to show is to show this. No string. Extreme style, no string. Yeah. Oh, everything is fine, don't worry. Vertical Warhammer. Oh, I can get one more. Wild World Warhammer. Actually, let me check what fell off. Just a second. Okay, I'm back. We got 2 new skills. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4x. That looks painful. Ah, it's the same, okay. Oh my god, I got Shineko? Oh, they're breakable rocks. Wait. 异乡浓情? Nice. I forgot how funky Chunan Night stage is. Watch this. Oh my god, and I can initiate a combo after it? No. I hate flowers. Right, let me see if there's any breakable rocks. I don't think so. Yeah. Fix camera stuff. You're just gonna go there and see. Oh, nice. Wow. They're just giving out sun medals, huh? Oh my god, there's so much damage. Oh my god. Oh, new enemy. Come here. Is it only gonna be X with the bees? Wake up. Yeah, it feels like it's only X for the bees. Or the hornet. Wait, you could keep going by. Ooh, I got debated. So it's not just X. It's not just X. What a fight! There's like 10,000 things to kill. And I think I got a full heal. Nice. I mean, all that for a medal and a music? Pretty worth it, I would say. Oh. Oh, that stuns. That's actually so good. Stun means guarantee. Oh! Ow. I'm killing all of you. Come here. I'm Sonic. I punch things to death. Okay, baby, don't touch that thing. If you throw that guy into the river, I don't know. The game doesn't allow me to look at it. Oh my god, they... Oh, don't use that move. Holy shit, that was scary. Actually... Wake up. Ooh, that was still really fast. This is so fucked up. Alright. Fucking slam them together. Use this pole to get over there. Oh, that's what it is. Extreme pole vault. I press wrong button. I press wrong button. Oh no. Oh no, do I have to do all of these again? Nah, that's fucked up. Oh no. Okay, fine. Yeah, this move is way better. That kills? 3? Nice. Oh, those guys when they get stunned, they go up to the sky to avoid being hit. That's fucked up. No wonder I feel like, why do the small guys always keep flying up like that? Oh, really? That was really fast. I didn't think this would be the best move ever. Yeah, when they get stunned, they just fly out. Is it your stun thing? Yeah, that looks so good that I can hardly get a hit. Because honestly, the last hit is deceptively large hitbox. Alright, that was simple. Oh, it counts as me getting a collectibles. I don't even need to come back here. You know, I'm coming here so that I can get more XP points. Yeah, that's what it is. I want to grind that XP. Kobo want to become that mega strong Kobo with no strength. That damage is so funny. No damage. Lots of hits. Alright, come here. That dodged. Something blending, something. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Also TF? Yeah. This game promotes TF, I cannot believe it. Wow. Sega was cooking. Do they mean by throwing it there? Oh, what? Holy shit. Okay, that's what I mean. Can I even make that jump? With... oh my god, the camera. GG. Do I fight them again for the XP? I'm fighting it for the XP, fuck it. Come here, bitch. I'm killing all of you. don't need critical attacks. I'll kill them. I forgot I can animation cancel. You know, imagine if they aged up Kobo. just imagine. I don't know where they came from, but Kobo is weird. Hitbox is so weird. Oh my god, don't jump down. Holy, this scared the fuck out of me. I must be getting a lot of XP then. I guess at least against these guys is faster. Official Kobo Berry. Come on, that's all I did. Kobo Berry sounds nice. Hi, Kana. Nice. I don't even want that moon medal. I don't want to jump again. I mean, it looks like I've jumped from there, but I don't know why I just cannot make it. I did a very deep double jump. Maybe the double jump maybe the second jump I did was a little bit too slow. I don't want to risk it. If I want to do like a medal hunt, I guess I'll do it off stream, why not? But then I feel like off stream these days I will probably be playing. I'll probably be playing Warframe, honestly. Oh my god. What did I do? Okay, I'm the best. one. Nice. Oh, that was really fast. Are they dead? Yeah. Oh my god. That was useless chip. Nice. We should Kobo all shiny junk. I don't have junk. What do you mean? Those are not junk. Those are shiny. Uh. 尼玛，真的是。And Kobo's so angry. Kobo wanna destroy all the pottery. Healing other monsters. GG. Okay. Okay. Don't you guys love it when there's like constant saw noises that's playing on the left ear? Alright, here we go. Nighttime parkour with fixed camera angle is so fucked up. Do I just... Okay. I mean, strength 1 is not too bad. I mean, I'm still sort of killing things rather easily. Pretty easily, I would say, right? Although yeah, I have to rely a lot on... I swear to god, there has to be something down there. Watch this. Holy fuck, even there is still fixed camera angle? The game just wants you to do a leap of faith. Okay. I'm doing it. Oh, they're just gone. Okay, they're just gone. Well, if there's something there, we'll never know. Oh my god. Fuck. Ooh, that was really fast. Nice, thank you. Are you gonna spawn there? Knockout brawler. Get reverse forward, easy. And I just grab them like a Kobo, like grabbing a Kobo. Oh my gosh, I need someone to grab me like that. Oh. Oops. Yeah, you can keep going back. Yeah. That wasn't too bad. Oh no. I fucking hate fixed camera angles, man. It looks like I didn't even get as much XP points from them. Am I tripping? I thought I should be getting more than that, no? Alright, I'm gonna deal with you first. Thank you. Actually helps a lot. 90 good. Oh, did I not hear the sound alert? Oh, I'm Kobo death. Oh fuck. Oh my god, I parried, but then it still took out all my charges. Thank you. Good girl. Okay, that's 14. I feel I should be getting more than that. I guess when I die, it resets, so I don't get extra points. I don't get extra EXP points. Oh, I hate the camera angle. How would I know? GG, I'm not doing that anymore. Fuck parkour in this game, man. Yeah, it just resets, so it's even more of a waste of a time. It's extreme waste of time. They just get rid of your EXP points that you got before. How nice. Like, everything is good, but the parkour in this game sucks absolutely big. Holy shit. It actually deals so much damage, holy shit. I'm not doing it anymore. But nighttime parkour, it sucks ass. So angry. The fixed camera angle. I'm so good at some more fixed camera angle games in the current times. I'm pretty sure I can reach there. Dash, jump, square, X might reach. Yeah. And then for Moon and Sun medal, let's see, 7 Sun, 4 Moon. Okay, not that bad. I'm pretty sure I'm just missing like 2 or 3. I missed like visible 2 moon levels. Alright. At least C is not bad. I'm pretty sure it took more than 37 minutes, no? It sure feels like it took more than 37 minutes. It took like an hour or something. Yeah, Kobo should drink. Kobo is having a bunch of coffee right now because I had a very terrible sleep, unfortunately. I had a bunch of nightmares that kept me up in the morning. It's like, I feel okay now though. 10? Okay, we need some life here. Some shield? Yeah. Okay, we give a little bit of strength. No strength allowed. Uncle? Alright, let me drink coffee. Ooh, pretty bird. No strength allowed. Must be easy for dragon to kidnap. Exactly. Oh my god, the music is so funky. Hello. I totally get down. Oh my god. Oh, grab that beak. Oh, okay, I thought that's it for the boss. Holy shit. That was kind of funny. Okay, you need water. Oh hey, there's a metal. Oh my god, there's metal. Gonna look around for metals. Fire bam! What the? Uh-oh. Water. Uh-oh, no more water for Kobo. Give me your butt. Kobo one butt. Alright, aim. Give me the butt. Kobo one butt. Oh my god, not there, Sonic. Holy shit, how barbaric. Sonic, that's so barbaric. You just punch there? Holy shit. Oh. No boss fight allowed, just one punch. Where's the bird? Hey. One water. Two water. Two water. Okay. Oh, I must press the wrong button. Ooh. I should have done all the rings so I could get an S ring, no? I should have done all the rings, I didn't. Fucking boss fight is 11 times easier than just parkour. It's so fucked up. Oh, a bird just killed me. Oh my god, dragon. Oh my god, dragon. Oh my god, it's piss color. Looking better? Why are you grabbing onto? Oh hey.
自然に光が灯り、聖獣様も目を覚ました。正気に戻ってくれたようじゃ。
そうか。お前はカオスエメラルドの神殿を守ってたんだな。けれどカオスエメラルドの力が奪われたせいでこんなことに。
Bird pretty. Do you have XL sized chocolate? Oh my god, Chip is everything. What the heck? I have chocolate, I'm happy now. You're not yourself when you're hungry.
Dark Gaia エネルギーを利用したエッグマンランド建設システムは順調か。
現在までの完成度は 27%。世界各地に飛散したダークガイアの回収にタスクを割かれたため、予定は大幅に遅れています。
ダークガイアめ、せっかくこのわしが目覚めさせてやったのに余計な手間をかけさせよって。
星のコアで成長途中にあったダークガイアは未だ完全体ではありませんでした。そのため星の内部から解き放たれた時、自らを保つことができず、バラバラに飛び散ってしまったのです。
なんと根性のない。いくらいきなり叩き起こされたからといって砕け散るとは。
ぶっちゃけエッグマン様が無茶したせいです。
なんだとまったくどいつもこいつも。ピックル教授はガイア文書ともども逃げ出すし、星のパーツも戻されてしまうし。
ダメだ。 それはエッグマン様がソニックと一緒にカオスエメラルドを捨ててしまったせいなんですがね。ぶっちゃけエッグマン様ご自身のポカです。
やかましい。あれはわざとじゃ。わざと計画があっけなく達成できてしまったら面白くないだろうが。そうだ、残りの外野神殿は今どうなっておる？
現在エッグマン軍団を配置中。まもなく防衛ラインが完了します。
ソニック対策はそれでいいとして、問題はダークダイヤだな。飛び散ったやつのピースを集めて回るのも面倒じゃな。
良い言葉を
I'm surprised they audio balancing issue.
急がば回れ、慌てるな、車は急に止まれない。
もっとうまいやり方はこうパーッと一瞬で全部集まっちまうような。おっそうじゃ、あれがいい。
ま、一体
これでついに我が野望が実現するぞ。
So is Eggman actually just a multi-billionaire or something? I mean, the things that Eggman makes, that never really crossed my mind before, but now that I've seen it, I feel like Eggman is just a fucking multi-billionaire. Maybe multi-sextillionaire or something, I don't know. My name's Brenda, professional beauty and ace freelancer writer. It's so hard to see that something major happened to the planet, but I've been investigating since it started and I can't find the cause. It's a journalist, it's my duty to uncover the hard truth. There's got to be someone who knows something about it. Well, I do, but I'm not gonna tell you because the game says so. Grandpapa is back. So our village treasure was the key to the temple all along. I'm astounded. With my 2 pieces of teeth. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome to return whenever you like. Oh, it's the kid. Nice going, Sonic. Grandfather is back now.
Tyra, guess what?
What? I'm listening. Yeah. Oh.
You're cute. Boo.
Well. I thought Evie's the cute one. Now you can stop being so worried and go back to being hungry. Got anything to eat? No. No. I'm so glad you're back, Grandpa. Whoa, you two are unbelievable! You saved the Elder and now you want to fix the planet? That's a pretty tall order, but isn't it kind of dangerous? No. The Elder is returned. I'm so glad he's alright. You two are village heroes for finding him. Oh my god, I didn't mean to. Shut up. Okay. Just gonna casually destroy everything. Oh, hi. Wang Emporium. Ooh, meat bun. Boxed lunch? Homemade lunch? Popular on a good day for an extra helping? What? Piece of candy? Anything new? Alright, all this stuff for Chip.
Licks you and licks you and licks you some more.
Oh my god. I never had this before. It's got ton of stuff inside. Tasty. Yeah, meat bun is great. It's sweet and tasty. It's candy. You don't... yeah. Okay. Bread talk. Oh my god, bread talk. Hi, Dragon. Hi, Breath. Yay, it's extra big. Perfect for growling boy like me. Right. Oh, Breath is doing it. Oh my god, I thought I died in... Is it possible? I mean, Sonic hates water, that's for sure. Oh, Breath is doing it. Can I do morning stages now? I want to play Chunnan morning stage. Or like just morning stages in general. Let me try. Sonic Digivolve. This one here is nighttime stage, right? Yeah. Morning stage. Oh, is that a morning stage? Dragon Road. Oh, this one is just a boss stage. Okay.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
What? Oh my god, the camera, I'm gonna vomit. The stage is not open yet. Hi, Sally. I guess no morning stage for me still. Or moon, I guess? Right. Yep. Yep. Let's try doing Hollow Scout Day stage again. Let's practice a little bit. DLC? Sonic needs to have learned the following skills to clear this stage. Stomping, wall jump. Oh, I have wall jump. Complete 3 full laps? Oh my god. I'm just gonna do this one. Yep. Let's try. Let's hope we don't die too much here.
Ready? Go!
I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I saw something I can jump. Oh my god. I'm out of energy.
thought I saw... Oh, it's just you. I can control. Oh, I missed it again. I mean, I already got that one. Oh, okay, it's fine. I just opened. Okay, fine, it's okay. Oh my god, I couldn't do anything. Oh my god, I almost missed that one. Okay, that one will always hit. I need to remember. Ow. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Okay, from E to B, that's pretty good. Got one extra moon medal. Whales are only fish in the sense that you're a fish. I could be a fish. Pickle. Oh, I cannot select stages. Oh. Oh no. Another piece has returned. Good work, Sonic, my boy. Keep going at this rate and the planet will be good as new in no time. I'd love to see the look on that Eggman's face right about now. Speaking of the menace, it appears he's become quite active as of late. I've heard reports of strange robot sightings here and in Chunan. It gives me the chills just to think of it. See what you can find out. Well then, do you have any further questions? I'm good. I'm sure you have the planet back in one place in no time at this rate. Expect great things for you, my boy. My boy, you have no eyes.
It's done.
Can I do morning stages now?
It's done.
Oh, it looks like I can do day stage now. Look at that. Rooftop run. Yo, let's go. We can do day stage. Yeah. I love day stages. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I love this one.
Go.
And Kobo one more speed. Oh my god, I couldn't see anything. Let's go. I see something here. Haha. Yay! Oh my god. Oh, hyper stomp button. Okay, can I do that again? Yeah, it looks like I need like a wing dash or something. It's not just air boost. Nice. Nice. I really love the high speed sections, man. It is so satisfying, it's crazy. Any medals here? No medals, but this one. I think I should jump though. Yeah, I don't have that one yet. Nice. Oh my god. Okay, I forgot how... I forgot how scary that looks. Ooh, that's really fast. Oh, wow. Oh my god. Oh, that feels so good. I'll take a B. Holy shit, that feels so fucking good. Oh my god, I forgot. I love day stages. Oh my god. Another Gaiaki. Holy. Unless if we can get into this Begonian temple, huh? Let's go check out the Chunnan place instead. Okay. Well, I had fun.
It's done.
We got Chunnan morning stage. Oh my god, yes please. Yes please, Chunnan morning. Hey kid. And Sonic, you're back. Kill me with something. I went outside to look for fruit and there were all these metal monsters. They must have come... they must have come to take all our village fruit. It's okay, I'll beat them up. All those robots roaming around outside the village gives me the creeps. Are they ever going to go away? I'm so afraid I can't even sleep at night. Oh, you! Marvelous timing! Sorry, I cannot have S noises. You hear? Well, I hate to say it, but we've got a problem. I feel so mean doing this. Will you mind terribly shaping our village again? Not that bird again? Can't help you. What's the matter? Outside our village is a rather odd horde of mechanical monstrosities. They certainly don't seem friendly. Okay, I'm gonna stop doing it. The whole village is terrifying. If you could even so much as take a look for us, I would be much obliged. Okay, village elder. Oh hey, it's you! Shh, quiet! I snuck off and followed my grandpa here. My grandpa just up and quit being the village elder. What's he thinking? I'm sure he must have a really good reason for it. A secret mission. Oh hey. Oh, it's you! Fancy meeting you here. I hope you remember me, yes? I'm not village elder anymore. I retired so I could travel the world. It's so nice to not have to worry about village affairs, let me tell you. Speaking of which, do the people of this village seem a bit flustered? Maybe my mere presence is too exciting for them to handle, perhaps. I'm sorry to say you think too highly of yourself, but I don't want to say that. I feel mean. metal. Oh, is night metal and morning metal different? It is different. Holy shit, okay. No wonder they're not like transparent. Hey. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, mechanical monstrosities are rampaging all around the village outskirts. I heard. I'm stuck here in this village because of all the robots outside. This sucks. Oh, yo, chill. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Language, brother. Oh, sister, sorry. Language. Oh, hey, it's you. And the planet's coming back together, so here we are. Would you get a load of the waterfall? She's thrilled beyond words. Okay, that's actually kind of cute. Oh, it's you again. Oh, okay, you still... Alright, spill it. You know something. It's written all over your face. Come on, Dish, tell me everything. My job requires me to make the truth known while looking pretty. You've got to help me for investigation. I'd rather not. What? Oh, come on. I mean, I could spill it if you're nice about it. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm just gonna do. Okay, fine. Alright. Let's see what else you have. Let me see what you have, alright? Yes, okay, let's get to it. And the name of the big scary thing in virtual planet called that guy, yeah? Great! What a scoop! This matches all my other data perfectly. Who is behind the planet getting broken like this? Dr. Milkman? Mr. Eggman? What a scoop! What are the gems with the power to heal the planet called? Blue diamonds, Force emeralds, Force emeralds. What's the name of the guardian of the temple deep in Chunnan? There's a firebird chicken. Firebird chicken. Chunnan temple guardian is a massive flaming bird. Thanks. That should be about wrap up investigation. I just need to send my story in and it's off to the next scoop. Maybe I'll see you again. Brenda Blurb 1. Oh, it's just like a flash questions. It's only just a flash question. Okay. That stage is on. I see it. Okay. Yay, more day stage. Heck yeah. Oh my god, shoot whoop, I know how to get there. Yay! Nice! Finally, the best music in the game.
Ready? Go! Go!
Nice! Oh my god, I have to short hop twice? That's crazy. Go back in. Best station, right? Oh, that's dangerous, don't do that. I should look for medals instead. I stay. Oh my god, I couldn't react to it. It was down and up. Okay, don't boost here. Yeah, that's a really fucked up angle. Oh, I can do it. Ah! Keep going. Keep going. Oh. Yeah, I need the light dash. Wonder how I unlock that thing. Chat, I remember this. I remember this. That one took me the longest to find. That's why it's stuck in my brain for so much. That was cool. What a framing. So cool. Oh yeah, I forgot about this thing. Nice. I don't know how to do tricks though. How do you get tricks points? Because I know in Sonic Generations you can do tricks to gain like more ring energy, but this one is just no tricks. You just if you have like huge airtime, it's just that, right? There's no buttons to like prompt to do more like cool ass tricks, right? No. Mega Crawl. I did something. How can we ever repay you for everything you've done for us? Are you going back to Spaconia now then? Do say hello to the professor for me, will you? Okay. Yeah, I wanna play one more time. I wanna play one more time. just one more time. Just the Chunnan Day stage. I wanna do it again.
Ready? Go!
The high speed section is so satisfying and it's so crazy. One of my absolute favorite Sonic games. Almost did it. Oh no. Dragon Ball. I didn't jump. That one was so fast reaction. It suddenly slowed down. I turned too much. I didn't want to do it again. Okay, don't tilt the left analog stick too much. I want that thing. I couldn't believe I didn't see it. Can you slow down? No. Hi, sis. I remember this thing. Nice. Okay. That works too. I'm not going there. Oh my god, the wooden noises. This is a bad idea, but I'm doing it anyway. Nice scene. Oh, the timing was mean. God, that last sprint was so clean. Slower but more points. I got 1k in tricks. I don't know how I got them, but... Containing illustrations. Oh, that feels good. Alright, let's get back to Spaconia. Nighttime? Kobo gonna go fast? Yeah, I know. Kobo love going fast. Oh, you're here now. Welcome back, Sonic. I went up on the roof to view your activities. You are incredibly fast. It's enough to make the casual observer dizzy. Skipping across rooftops and thrashing robotic foes, very impressive. Oh, am I getting carried away? You look quite dashing nonetheless. Thanks. My granddaughter, little Ippolita, smelled so good the other day. Or did I just imagine it? What do you mean? Oh, it's you, I hate you. Chalk up another one for me. The knees must be boiling mad by now. I don't know what that means, but okay. The characters for this game look all kind of ugly. You know what? You could put that all away. Actually, they look very ugly. Not a big fan. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, how you going? Thanks for the big thing they give me. Oh, really? For me? Really? I'm gonna take this one home with me. I'll do it later and take my time. Thank you. Even the mascot? Who's the mascot again? The Chip? Chip feels weird in this game. Not a big fan. Yeah, Chip. So, like, in this game, I just enjoy the gameplay. The characters and the stories are fine in my book. Oh. No speed, Sonic? There we go. Sonic Colors was the best review game of this era. I never played Sonic Colors before. Not that I have a chance to. But I'm playing this one now because the original Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 version of the game sucks ass because of like a lot of issues with like slowdowns and lag and stuff. Right, makes the game barely enjoyable. But then the recompiled version of this game makes this game like 10 times better. The fast sections, no lag, everything just smooth as hell, right? Everything feels good, right? It feels really good. I like the recompiled version of this. Sonic 06 is the only Sonic games I've actually played. If you play any other Sonic games, I think you'll enjoy them 10 times more. Hey, who's that talking over there? Is it Raimondo and Federica? I didn't know they were that close. Why are you so concerned about them talking? Hi, Raimondo. You know, I've been waiting to go to Apotos for a long time. So I was thinking that maybe you might, if you're free, go with me. We've got a break from school and it's no fun going alone, so... Yeah, sure, why not? Really? You will? That's great. I was thinking about going myself sometime. Raimondo just promoted from whatever it is to robot. Sonic 06 cool? They further add a jump limit to the double jump. What? Why not? So enthusiastic. Just what you want to hear when asking someone on a date. Why not? Right? Why not? Yeah, why not? We go on a date. Yeah. Why are you mad? I said why not? Why are you angry? And the professor told me you were off to fight to fix the blinding you. Come to think of it, why is everyone here so laid back at a time like this? They better be thankful for all you're doing. Shut up, Amy. The keys you gathered should get you into the Spagonia Temple, my boy. Godspeed, Sonic. The temple awaits you in the Chaos Emerald. Well then, I think I have souvenirs, right? Yeah, I do. From Chunnan. Why, thank you, little hint. Pay close attention just as you arrive at the falls, my boy. You just may find the most unexpected reward. Never a dull moment, Is it day or night stage? You didn't even mention. A quick storm is all you need to ground you in a hurry, my boy. Mastering that little tip may even grant you access to a few new spots. In any case, it's a help in reaching the goal in record time. Use it well. Small gift, art book. Damn. I'm good. You could just fly. Oh yeah, didn't have anything better to do, might as well. And what an ass. And you get it in like the first 10 minutes and you can keep it forever. Damn, that's nice. Heck yeah, you can just fly within 10 minutes of the game. Oh, like after the first 10 minutes? That's amazing. There should be a shop around in Spakonia, no? How about a gem for your girlfriend? I can get you a great deal. I don't have one. I want a dragon though. Oh yeah, I did buy your stuff. Oh wait, you have a lot of new things now. Let me get all of them. What's with your face? What the hell? Mashera? Holy shit, you're straight up from a horror game. What the I'm so cursed. This game's character is so ugly. Baguette. Oh my god, baguette. And the tomato. Alright, I can buy a TP phone. Okay. Bye. Ooh, it's so rich. It smells good too. I'm hungry. The green sauce is great. I feel all grown up. I want to eat the local specialties everywhere. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Chip. Oh, heck yeah. Half the rail stuff just doesn't dynamite trolls you to your death. The double jump powers wasn't unlockable that you could keep, but only one of, and like all two were worthless, and the two were stupid broken. I mean, I don't know if you're like being sarcastic about Sony 06 is cool and the only game you play, the only Sony game. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or just being real. With all the things that you told me, it doesn't make me want to play Sony 06. It just sounds like a buggy mess. Just a hint of salt. I bet this would be good with cheese on it. And then the tomato. It's ruby red and chock full of sun-kissed juiciness. What the fuck? Sun-kissed? Not a dragon kiss though. Can't believe it. Hello, say, have you seen my son? His name is Ilio. He looks a lot like my husband. Lately, Ilio has taken to going out at night, and my husband is worried. Aww. Now, what could he be doing in the middle of the night? Oh? I'm sorry, I was deep in thought. Can I help you? Other than NBA game that then aunt gave me. Hi, Tikaka. Oh my god. I would get NBA stuff just because I'm tall. Oh yeah, Zeus did mention that you are like 200 plus cm. Hi, Tikaka. Oh my god. Morning, Tikaka. I'm gonna drink water. Gives the girl up his nut. Oh my god, free! Hi, Wolf Mage. $198? I mean, close enough. I hope you are doing good. Welcome in. I'm playing my most favorite mid-school game that I played. Oh, it's Ilio. Okay, everything goes as planned. I know, I'll do my part. And make sure you keep this a secret. Don't even tell Papa. Got it. So, nighttime? Oh, it's one that... Oh, I tried to do that on on a nighttime stage. That's so fucked up. Was the only guy on the PS3 that I played. Heck yeah, video games and Kobo. Yeah. Kobo addicted to video game. Going to lurk while I go to bed. Good night. Night night wolf mage. Have a good lurk and have a good EP. Thank you. Whoa. Whoa. Hey, you were to fire under the fanny. What? I've seen you a lot lately. Let me ask you, you might not believe me, but the thing is, see, I saw something incredible the other day. Ghost, 2 of them to be exact. I'm not kidding or crazy. I know I saw ghosts going to the tower up ahead. A ghost, you say? There are ghosts in the tower? Sure, no problem. Thank you so much. Oh, take the 2 ghosts?
Ready? Go!
Oh my god, how do I do this? Where is the ghost? Ghost! I only take 1. Yeah, I only take 1.
Ready? Go!
Oh, this one. I couldn't. Walao eh. It's so hard to control.
Ready? Go!
Okay, just focus on getting the ghost, it's fine. Alright. Okay. Clear, easy.
Yes!
What, Sonic sure is happy about that. I got the 1. I want to play more morning stages. There were ghosts there. See, I was right, wasn't I? I wasn't seeing things after all. Are the ghosts still inside? What? You saw them and they bolted? Okay. Check out. I want to play day stage again. I'm doing it. Hi, Akon. Oh, Akko is doing it.
Ready?
Let's go!
Go!
My favorite day stage. Hey. Hey. I already got that one. Oh, I should jump. There's a balloon up there. Oh my god, I cannot drift. Feels like you can jump there. Yeah, I definitely can. Where are you going, Sonic? Oh, how did I not get hit there? That was crazy. I'm going in. Don't laser combo, please. I know I'm still gonna drift on. God, it's so satisfying. I'm gonna cry. I don't have the light dash yet. Oh, missed it. I can jump. Yeah, still done with that one. Loopy loop. Roller coaster. God, that's so cool. 2008 game, by the way. Oh, I can jump. I'm gonna read that after. Let me get this stage first. I forgot I do that. Oh, I want to destroy them. Ringleader? Oh. No fucking way! Holy shit, that was so good! I would suck the singer so bad while keeping up with fast angle changes and all. Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps that I played this game a shit ton during my mid-school years. So yeah, I have some memory about the stages, but some because it has been a while. The Loopy Loop, I remember playing that for the first game. Oh yeah, the classic 2D Sonic, the Sonic 1. We don't have the Sega, but neighbors had it, so played it there when I was a kid. It's like 40 years ago. Let me check when first Sonic came out. 35 years ago. Still, it's like the classic, right? The good stuff. Kobo is so good. This is amazing to skill. Congrats, thank you, Tikaka. Tricky Tornado Uppercut. This is the game where we have TF. We have transformation in this game. Wow. There's nighttime stages where it's like a lot more slow paced. Nighttime stages where you beat up everything and listen to jazz. Where are we going to? We're going to the professor, right? Yeah, I think we're going to professor. I didn't even go there. Oh wait, I'm gonna open up the temple in Spaconia. That's what the professor said, right? I don't remember. Sonic gets 2 words? Yeah! Oh wait, I'm not supposed to go find the professor. Get out here. Nighttime stages where you get to beat up everything and listen to jazz. And then day stage where you can crawl. And then, oh my god. Yep. I want yep. How do I get to the temple though? I mean, this is a day stage. Oh yeah, this one is the morning, and no, this one is tail stage. Oh. Is it that one? Oh. Egg Devil Ray? It's a boss fight. Alright, here we go. Oh my god. It's a fish? Oh, I missed the... Oh, okay. Can I hit him? Oh, I missed the medal. Oh my god. Toho in my video game? Toho in my video game? Nice, we got one. What? Okay, wait, do it slowly. Now we can go wild bend them. Nice. What hit me? Actually, I should like stay in one place for a bit so that I can see if I'm missing any medals. Might be a bit spicy when doing that now. No medals here, I think. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna cheat.
なかなか面白いおもちゃだったな。また遊んでやるぜ。
Beware, I'm extra grimy. Heat wave is starting to reach Finland. I shan't be held accountable for any food poisoning or leak. I would hug Tikaka a lot. Wild Whirl Whip. We no strength. We just have combat. All style, no power. All style, no power. It's weird how Chip knows what he's doing, but then he's still astounded by something coming up from that thing. And Chip goes like, "Whoa, I did this." Well, we're making a lot of progress in just about 3 hours. Still a jigsaw puzzle. Nice. I guess we're going with the professor now. Hi, Ami. Welcome back, Sonic. Another win. I knew it. That's my Sonic. Oh my god, Amy. We did it. Wonderful. Another piece has returned. Good work, Sonic, my boy. And Sonic, you must bring a Chaos Emerald to the Holoscar Temple. You should have little problem getting inside now, my boy. Well then we can pick up the I have souvenirs, I think. Yeah. Little hint. Okay, for a pointer on how to ace those daylight stages, my boy. Reach the goal ASAP, even if that means ignoring falls on the way. Should think racing by a breakneck speed should be up your right your alley. I'm ignoring, I think. Fun fact, did you know there's 2 Sonic? I mean, isn't there Sonic and Shadow? I mean, Shadow is not Sonic. There are times where you need to push blocks or boulders, I imagine. Holding the dash button will get the job done faster. Old news, wasn't it? Was it? Ah, almost forgotten. Small gift. Moon medal for free? If I had a nickel for every breakable door in Spagonia by night. Well, perhaps a dime. Point being, you may have missed a few on your way. Collecting what's behind those doors is an even quicker path to wealth. Ah, almost forgotten. Small gift. Art book? Surely you've met Shishio from the Spagonia General Store, Well, hearing his voice, it seems he, Aida, and Jeweler, and Chef Gigi all share a very interesting connection. I won't spoil the surprise for you. What? So, Japan? Tira? Yeah? Hi, Roxas. What is up? What is up? Oh yeah, we should go nighttime. I'm pretty sure. Oh, TF. Sonic Digivolve to furry. I'm pretty sure I need to take photo of someone here. Do I look like I'm just brimming with goodwill? See, the Dome Master Otto asked me to do something for him. He wants me to cheer up Dora. What does he expect me to do? Dora who? Oh, you're Dora. I don't see how I'm ever going to get over this shyness. Why try? I mean, there's no ghost possessing you. But I can take a photo to... maybe? Go, Chip. Not possessed by Dark Gaia? Wasted flash? We never waste a flash for in Spagonia. Hello, what's going on? I've been taking care of things at the university for decades. So I know a thing or two. Have got any answer to I'm not sure where to go. You're off the horse car, aren't you? Be careful and don't catch cold. Oh, wow, you know. Holy shit, thank you. Raimondo and Frederica went off on the trip. Just the two of them. Lily seems concerned, and that concerns me for some reason. Who are you to them? What? Who are you to them? What do you mean? Oh, hello. How about a jam for a girlfriend? I want dragon. So, Japan Sonic and American Sonic are two completely different characters. Huh? But aren't they just Sonic? This is my first time here, but I get this weird nostalgic feeling. Must be my imagination. Okay, nothing new. Bye-bye. They have been very consistently characterized completely differently, and it is deliberate. That's weird. Barbara, I can't stand this anymore. I had it. The restaurant? A new menu? I don't even care about that anymore. This old poop's cooking has done me in. Oh, you've been possessed. Holy shit. Say cheese. The face. Ah, but then it's like smiling. Oh fuck, there's 4 minutes. Here we go. This is gonna take a long time. Zero strength. It's schmecked. Nice camera. Okay, I think that. Okay, good. Took less than 1 minute. Very nice. Keep going. I forgot I couldn't do that. Okay, good. I thought I saw something. Okay. Oh, what was that? What happened? Oh, did I do a point dodge? Like in Smash? Like we can dodge and push a stick somewhere to do a dodge. There must be it. Ow. That thing's fast. Okay, 2 minutes left. I love Dark Castle. As far back as the Genesis. Isn't Genesis like the first game? Like Sonic the Hedgehog? Ow. Ow. I feel like... Okay. Okay. It's just you left. Oh, okay. Nice, nice. Alright. What? Sonic's gonna start a howl help. Americans have decided Sonic's too cool for school. Very DC, the Flash, quickster superhero who consistently quips and jokes and cornballs his way through every social situation ever. Quick to smirk and quicker to laugh, but very heroic and consistently ready to save the day. This is not the Sonic that Japan gets. I mean, skip school, I guess it's bad for education, question mark? Especially when Sonic is like a kid's character, no? Maybe that's why Japan doesn't like that idea. Yes? What's going on? You seem awfully serious. Oh, I suppose I can't complain. Actually, I'm feeling even more refreshed than usual. I wonder why. I even took a picture and now I'm happy. Wow. Let's refresh that camera. I think there's someone that needs to take a picture. Okay. Alright, thanks for the camera. Only 2 flashes is diabolical, by the way. It's like, why? I don't get it. But then again, it's 2008, so I cannot complain too much. Can I talk to you kids about something? I run a restaurant in this town, but my little assistants, I was watching a gourmet show to get ideas, you see. They had foods I've never seen before from all over the globe. Now I have an insatiable craving to try these new delicacies. Especially that, what is it? This canned thing from Are you gonna eat the canned horror? Oh yes, broiled meat from Missouri, what a treat! My little assistants bring me 2 kinds of world-class gourmet food. Sure, I know what they are. Alright, let me go get them real quick then. Oh wait, I'm supposed to check who needs to take a picture real quick. So, canned horror and broiled meat from Missouri. Wait, there was someone. Oh, yeah. Hello, safe to see my son, Elio, my husband. Same thing. How can Elio be? Pardon me? Something in my mind lately? My young son is taken to going for walks late in the evening. Very concerned about him. Would you go find him for me? Sure, leave it to me. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Oh, find Elio? No. 3 minutes of hide and seek? You're joking. GG, this is fucking parkour with fixed camera angle again. Almost gonna shit her pants, help. I don't know why I cannot scroll my chat box all the time. It's so weird. Okay, there we go. Sure, his actions remain completely the same, meaning he is still a hero, but his attitude is completely different. He's a nomad who will help when he sees trouble, but he's actually rather selfish and standoffish against other people. He doesn't quip his way through fights, and is quicker to actively put down his opponent in a rude manner by insulting their slow speed than by pressing his own speed. He's kind of a jerk, but he's always there to save the day. Even when he's kind of resentful of having to interrupt his own relaxation to do it, his humor is most effective. Sonic Adventure 2 in America has him making a joke every other line. In Japan has him make a single joke in the whole game. Oh, that is very different. Oh my god. Bonus point if you can switch lines. I'm changing the English dub, but I never really played Sonic Adventure 2 at all though, so I couldn't know. How many minutes left? Oh my fuck, 1 minute. How much more? Oh. Okay. So if you know where he is, you can actually get it faster. But I get my 1 stun medal, so I'll take it. I hate parkour, holy shit. It's the howl! Sonic needs to stop doing that, oh my god. Did Adio have anything to say for himself? Oh, I see. Nothing, huh? Unfortunate. Huh? Papa asked you to come find me? Well, I can't tell you why I'm out walking at night. How about now? How about now? How about now? How about now? No? Okay, fine. It's considered to be one of the most iconic lines, and they even made a variation in the 3rd movie, which characterizes him in the script as the American Sonic personality, I might add. Surprised to hear Sonic being rude in any way possible. Wait, is it just me or am I tripping? Wasn't there a road here that I can go? Oh yeah. I am tripping. Alright, I don't think anyone here is, like, possessed anymore. Only a few more people. It's the talk about low budget flights, no food or movies, I'm out of here line as he escapes the prison helicopter at the start. From Sonic Adventure 2? Oh. Sheesh, Mauro had me running in circles again today. That the punk is always pulling pranks. He put glue on the chairs where the customers sit. They went home with their rare ends still stuck to the seat. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. Which temple are you going to visit next? Holoska? Who knew there was a temple in a place like that? Yeah. Alright, let's go do some side missions here. We need to get meat and canned horror. Let's go Missouri first. Talk about low budget flight. Are you possessed? Why are you off to this time? Holoska? Isn't it super cold? I never go there. With these clothes I catch the worst cold ever. I know. It's like me talking about staying in 16 degrees Celsius and I'll be a popsicle kobold. You're the only one who can help us. Would you come back tomorrow after sunrise? Oh, okay. I just know my prince is waiting for me somewhere out there in the world. I can't just sit around and wait any longer. I guess I'll just have to go off in search of him myself, really. Is it about... yeah, it has to be about her. Yaya's shyness is really starting to concern me. I wish there was some way to get over it. Get her over it. Anything new? Ooh. Boiled Ivanga. That's what I need. Meno yam. Dondora fruit. Videotape. Thank you. No one is possessed here, but let's wait until day. Oh my god, TF! Whoa! There's a solemn ceremony that we must conduct for the safety of our village. The good spirits will speak to us. Do you understand what I mean? Will you help us to prepare for our ceremony? Makasete kudasai. Bless you. There is a certain plan that required for the ceremony. Found in the wilds outside of the village. Be back before sunset. Find that plan? Huh?
Ready? Go!
I guess I'm supposed to go to the end only? I'm not seeing any plans. Oh, okay, sorry. I grew up with American Sonic, but after replaying the entire series with the translated Japanese script, it's kind of wild how much we butchered his character here to make him closer to our speedster superhero archetypes. But I don't know if I like the Sonic in Japan that is like more rude about things. I would like a light-hearted superhero, no? Ah yes, this is just what we are looking for. Thank you, Sonic. Now we must make ready for the ceremony. I will complete the ceremony myself now. I must converse with the spirit at night in absolute secrecy. We are preparing for the ceremony now. Please come by a little later. Okay. Maybe it's not quite as nice in Japan, but he sure is a lot more interesting and a lot less fuck-ass annoying. Oh really? I didn't expect that. I think it's both a positive and a negative example of why localization team matter. Yeah. Can I talk to you? I have a problem. I'm wondering if my prince is really in this village. I've been waiting for so long to meet my prince, but it's just not happening. I'm begging you. Will you see if there is a prince for me here in the village? I'll try. Please do it before it gets dark. I'll be right here waiting for you. You've been asked to find Anna's Prince Charming. Ask around town, then report back to her. What? Kwame? Anna? She's my daughter. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. Forget I said anything. What about her? You? A guy for an arranged marriage? Don't look at me, I'm too young. True. There's no one else. What do you want? Unless they're playing hide and seek for some fucking reason. My prince wasn't here after all, was he? Alright, that's it. I'm leaving. My prince has got to be somewhere out there in the world instead. If that's the case, then I better act quickly. I'll see you later. Anna went off. Dream one cleared. Oh, okay, it's just okay, that was weird. Sega recommended Sonic to be a very specific kind of character for American audiences, but the developers in Japan simply weren't making that character. If I remember correctly, Sonic Colors was the first time they started to course correct in the oldest way. American Sonic trying to correct themselves? Course correct? Let's go to Holoscar for a bit. Holoscar by the canned horror for... Actually, let's go Nighttime Apotos. I feel like there must be... There has to be some ghost there. For Colors, they hired an American writer who is known for writing for cartoons to write the story. The whole game was developed with his script in mind, using the American Sonic he wrote for. But in Japan, they rewrote the script to make it closer to the Japanese Sonic that they used instead. So for the first time, it got reversed. Huh? Weird. Oh, hi. Apotos is such a beautiful place, but I'm not sure if Raimondo likes it. You see, he's been over the staring up. He's been over. I cannot talk. Oh my god. He's been over there staring up at the sky. I'm starting to wonder if he's bored with me. Oh. The other kids at school would love this place. Lily always tries to play it cool, but I bet she likes this place. I don't know. My ice cream is the best in Apotos. The world may end, but this ice cream will taste just as sweet. Nice. So Japan just has this whole exclusive Sonic character, and they specifically don't want Western audiences to have him, because we wouldn't receive him as well. Oh, that is weird. You look... Well, you're quite... Oh wait, you're back. Yeah, I was trying to find you. Yeah, you're like... Say cheese. Oh my god. Holy fucking shit, old man, what have you done? I've never seen such a popular character in media treated this way before. It's fucking wild. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that. To me, Sonic is always like fun, light-hearted, I kill you, bye-bye, something like that. I also know that maybe taking slightly revisionist expect. If I remember correctly, the creepy speedster wasn't actually as entrenched a type, and I'll say Sonic actually helped create that. So while the localization may have tone shifted due to culture. What? Something is different. That creepy sense of the dark presence is gone. However, we cannot claim victory just yet. They could be lurking in the area still. Nevertheless, I'm too afraid to go in search of them myself. Haha. Oh, it's you again. Oh, it's you. So how did the exchange go? You gave her the thing and she liked it, huh? Oh, look at the time. I need to get to another meeting. Shama is up next. I owe you one. Catch you later. Smell you later. They were so cursed. Anything new? Potpourri? Potpourri? Ooh. Water jug? A rare and valuable archaeological artifact. A replica of one. 120? It's fucking scam. It might be less to fit the stereotype and more just that 80s, 90s USA was very culturally different. Culture definitely had a lot to do with it, and I think at this point we have such an idea of this character that it's difficult to go back now. So here's the thing, I have been told, the thing appears, I haven't played it yet, that Sonic Frontiers characterizes him closer to what he is in Japan. Sonic Frontiers is the free roam one, right? The free roam Sonic game that costs like about 300 ringgit. Lemon? Kebab Beach? Oh my god, it's so cursed, I want it. Yeah, the most recent one. Oh, a lot of people told me he's darker and edgier in that game. Trying to out-edge Shadow. Alright, let's go to Holoska and buy the canned horror for that old man in Spagonia. I'm here to buy things. Your name is Sonar. Wrong again. It's a food outside the village at night. Poor brain. Who sells things again? Is it you? Okay. I cannot buy too much. I need a can for 100. Walao, scam? Alright, let's get back. We need more money. They just didn't bother localizing him as hard for some reason. I think it was their way of experimenting with seeing if they can unify the character. Honestly, I think it's more likely that they got minimal effort localizers. That could be one too. It's been so long since that game came out that we can only wait and see if the next game follows through. Wasn't the most recent game is Shadows and Sonic Generations? Unless that one doesn't count. Is this how many fast you are going? Yeah, 190. Sounds about right. Kobo mega fast. Thank you, Zeus. 190 speed. Oh my god. Ah, my little helpers, you brought me food? Which one should I try first? And the horror. It tastes as good as it smells. Wow. And now for the broiled ibanga is delicious. A rich and sophisticated flavor, delicately cooked to perfection. Thank you. You open up a whole new world of taste. Of taste to me. Inspiring. Yay. Sorry, kids. Don't interrupt me now. I'm about to discover a new taste sensation. Okay, wow, gee, don't need to shout at me. You! An old man is giving off a really foul odor. Do you have any idea why, Sonic? It's definitely not a canned horror, I tell you. I definitely did not give him a canned horror. Nope, didn't happen. Oh, tomorrow for sure. Oh, I didn't notice you. I'm sorry, I'm caught up with my own little world. My little girl Lucia has been acting odd lately too. She never ate much, but now she's eating her mother's food. When my wife gets mad at her, she takes off. Oh, is it puberty hitting? Oh, hey, it's you! Looking for people at night is kind of tough. Lots of folks are already asleep, and it's too dark to make out faces clearly. I know. Oh, it's you. Raimondo went off to Abortos with Frederica, and those two seem to be especially chummy these days. Oh, yeah, you said something. Oh my god, shut up! Is Dora okay now? Yeah, same. Okay, this is the same thing. I don't think so. Shadow Generations featured a lot of Sonic though, did it? I'm not too sure. Also, I haven't played it. Yeah, I have. It's so expensive, I couldn't even buy it. I'm a little behind. I'm super behind. my latest Sonic game is Sonic Generations. I think the Sonic movies being fairly successful with the more US-oriented character might make them less likely to deliberately depart from that. Colors is the latest one I played and beaten. Unleash and Sonic Generations are the next ones on my list I haven't gotten around to yet. I also enjoy the Sonic movies and all. I only watched the first movie because I'm not really like a big fan of watching movies. I just tend to play games when I have the time to. I think the movies are definitely going to influence his characterization here and stay the course what USA knows him as. They are generally called cheese pizza. they are not haute cuisine. Hot gooey cheese. I just still prefer Japanese Sonic. I've grown to find American Sonic super annoying in comparison. I can see that. They're good gooey cheese. Like the May Cry. Bit different, but same idea. I like my fuck is the work loser badass genre. I'll compare them more to the first MCU Captain America. I don't know what that is. Like, it's just exactly the movie you expect it to be, and it's a good thing. Japanese Sonic is a way past cool. I never really noticed the difference, so only when you guys tell me about it, then I know about like two different kinds of Sonic. If she doesn't hurry up, this time will come out. This time will come out either way, but I wish she'd just get home. Medal. What the hell is that noise? Main version of Sonic is just saying one-liners a lot. American Sonic tries to be cool. Japanese Sonic just is cool. Oh, that's a good way to put it, yeah. I think just people talking. What's that noise? Instantly adds something on. Oh, there's ads playing now? Ooh! I mean, I hate ads, but if there's ads playing, I can definitely go talk to the Twitch support team again. They just ended? Ooh, is it the Twitch Turbo app? A bit cocky, yes, but not so much that in trying to be cool as trying to live expectations. Since the shoes also changed, doesn't mean his shoes are made of flesh. I don't know. The Turbo ad? Huh. I heard Turbo ad doesn't give anything, but still, man, they're just playing Turbo ads on my channel. I mean, fair enough, I guess. I didn't get that. I just find it weird. Because I'm a senile old man, why would you say such a thing, Sonic? Just look at me, I'm as fit as a fiddle, mentally and physically. Try hitting the add button manually. Can I do that? In the mod view, right? Chat, am I allowed to do that once? My PC is dying, help. The fight is way too loud. I'm gonna try to hit the add button. Oh, my PC is actively exploding. Add widget straight in your OBS? Add widget? In mod view, I don't see how to enable ads. I'm curious about how OBS looks. Just basic OBS. Some of the ads seems to be very based in viewing region. Feels like it, because I've been getting zero ad revenue for the past half year. Looking. I don't have the ads manager though. Like everything is the same other than the ads manager. They definitely are for actual ads. I only don't get ads on here. Like I get way less ad than most people. I haven't found how to do it. Oh, I killed scroll again. Oh dang, I know, right? It's ugh. Is it like a dog? Because of living in a place that map keep forgetting about. Oh, Solar is not somewhere around the US. Fun fact, did you know all the other characters are mostly unchanged between localizations? It's mostly just Sonic they fuck around with. I mean, being the main character, I can kinda see why, I guess. Prohibited term. I actually don't know how to like just like start ad. Oh wait. I think Firebot has the thing. Is it Firebot? Let me check. Tira is too cute for ads. Yeah, I hate ads. Copy a link from the stream page on Twitch, then edit it to OBS. Wait, there's something like that? So I assume it's something on settings then. Stream manager? Oh wow, there's stream manager, it's very different. Wow, mod view and stream manager is so different, oh my god. You recently ran an ad and must wait to run another. Oh, I cannot play ad now. Stream manager, 3 dots on ads manager, pop-up view. Okay, I'm on stream manager. 3 dots on the ads manager. I don't see ads manager. Oh my god, I never been to stream manager before. This is kind of cool actually. Oh my god. quick actions. Oh, there it is, Ads Manager. Oh, I can change it. Oh, okay. So this is quick actions. So this one I can change to this one. Ooh, that's really weird. Three dot. Pop-up view. Copy the link on it. Under docs, custom browser though. That's if you want it. It's useful to see when ads are gonna happen. No. Active stream time, and then there's a line that I'm seeing. Nah, fuck it. It's fine. I don't need ads manager. The only ads that are showing is the thing, right? The Twitch Turbo ad, which is fine, I guess, right? I mean, I don't get anything out of the Twitch Turbo ad, but other than Twitch Turbo ad, a lot of people are not getting ads, and I think if there's no ads playing on my channel, that's kind of a win in my book. Lurk, Mama coming to visit? Oh, of course. Have a good time, Tikaka, and have a good lurk, and have a good time. Thank you. Alright. Say cheese. Oh my god. What am I looking at? So hard to kill, holy shit. Bad. How do I do with the small guys? Oh, I have an idea. I know what to do now. Alright, bitch, come here. This is gonna hurt a lot more. Get the fuck. Don't question it. He's a lot faster, I think. military senators lived long enough to see America lose the war in Iran died and all. Karma? You know what? Sometimes karma is sweet. Goddamn. Sometimes I love karma. Sometimes I fucking hate karma because it looks like it's non-existent. That's not who I'm trying to grab. Nice, easy. Alright. Kobo had to lock in and use a different method to kill them. I feel so refreshed today for some reason. And my mind's as sharp as a needle. What was I talking about? I don't know. Something strange is the food deep in the back country late at night. My wife told me to go take a look tonight. Can you believe her? I mean, what if I get killed or something? I cannot. The camera. I swear the camera. The camera is going to be NOP in this game. Especially during nighttime parkour sections. Good god. Kobo is gonna disintegrate from all the camera angle shenanigans. Alright, here we go. Night stages. I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! Oh. Camera, for fuck's sake, camera, please behave. Oh, what? Oh, it goes forward. I could have changed the camera angle here. Whoa, whoa, camera, holy shit. I swear, like, the nighttime stage, the monsters are not a problem. The camera is. Very cool. Very cool. Alright. You know what? That's on me. I didn't even look at the thing. Well, the problem is, I cannot look at the thing. Hey, that's all the... Of course it's gonna be left. Okay, I'm the best. I hate the camera. I really do. Oh my god. Ow. Oh, it's time? Gayaki? Alright, here we go, night stage. That was quick. Oh. Oh, I might punch him down. Where did it go? Do you have any idea how little that narrows down? I do know who you're talking about. Oh. Grab a fire breather and press to use them as a flamethrower. Come here. Oh my god. Oh! Jam somewhere? Reach that ledge with a running jump? I didn't remember running jump is a thing. The entire ledge is... the entire one? I didn't know you could drop it like that. I forgot to do a running jump. Oh my god, that hurt. They could really nerf that saw noises, it's crazy. I cannot even hear myself anymore. The stars align on you? Oh my god. Oh, my ears, they feel good. Chorus! Oh my god, thank you. Oh, thank you, Evie. The stars align on you? The dragon thinks so too? Oh my god. How was Star Fox 64? I never played a Star Fox game before, but I hope that was fun. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. It was indeed an AP of all time. Oh, you can Star Fox Archipelago now. Ooh. Yeah. Sounds like a good time. Glad you had fun. I'm currently playing Sonic Unleashed. It's a recompiled version for the PC, so I'm playing on my PC now. Very, very nice. It's definitely one of my favorite mid-school game. Got that working, so I can now do that going forward. Nice. Need to finish this game at some point. This one is great. Sonic Unleashed is great. Other than the nighttime parkour section that makes me want to pull my fluff out, but the rest of the game is just great. But yeah, thanks again for the raid. If you need any post-stream care, you know, get some rest, get some food, get some drink. Very important. Thank you. I'm doing nighttime stages now, and it's kind of horrendous. It is what it is, it's fine. Great. I'm angry. I'm angry. Kobo is angry. Actually, no. Wait, let me do it again. Come here. Get out of here. My throat does not like me right now. Yeah, then rest sounds good. Have a good rest, Corix. Thanks again for the raid. But why? I love listening to Joe. Okay. The stars align with you. Hi, Queenie. Thank you. I feel the stars now. Hope you're doing good. But if I could melt this, I bet. Uh-oh. Just flying around. Oh, I got numbers. Oh my god. Oh, the fixed camera angle is gonna be the end of me. There is something. Wait, no, there is nothing. Camera angle. Please, camera angle. I hate it. Okay. I knew it. I knew it. I'm jumping there. I don't get. You know, this is from 2008. You know, I'm not supposed to be this mean to the game, but good god, the camera angle really is making this really hard to play. Yeah. I'm gonna vomit. Kobo angry. Do it again. Oh my god, it's so fast. And sneak Q is so not worth it. You have to be so fast. I had the feeling that they're gonna go back. Good night. The game should have more daytime stages, not nighttime stages. Like, good god, the nighttime stages are so horrendous. Oh, that's not how you're supposed to get it. Oops. I mean, I kinda cheated. I thought there's something inside. This is the worst. Whenever there's this going on, the camera angle is like, yeah, you're doing our angle, and it's going to be difficult. No straight line for you. It's like, yeah, thanks, game. It's gonna fall immediately. No? Okay. It's not even like doing the pole is hard, it's getting on the pole is hard. That's the crazy part. I can breathe. Oh, it's there. Looks really hard. I bet if I could nail it though. I'm doing it then. I mean, that's not why I did it, but okay. I'll do it again. Dodge this, dum-dum. Am I supposed to melt it elsewhere? Ah, okay. I got half of the medals now. I don't feel too bad anymore. Oh my god, that was so fucked up. I swear to god, the nighttime parkour session is the one that I abhor the most. But then the rest of the game is just like masterpiece, and then you have nighttime parkour. This destroys the entire game. Okay. Hi T-Foxer. It's the best modern Sonic OST, find me. I'm leaning towards agreeing, yeah. Not saying that like the current OST is like weird, but Sonic Unleashed music? Second to none, I would say. Yeah, I agree on that actually. Also hope you're doing good. Is that that's a hope emo, heck yeah. That's a bad move. Hi banana. I don't dislike the night stages. The music isn't as kick-ass as the day music, but I don't dislike the gameplay really. Gameplay is fine. Parkour is shit with the fixed camera angle sometimes and semi-fixed camera angle. It is what makes the night stage shit. The night stage, the only problem I have is the parkour section. Fighting is really fun. Like, fighting is really fun. Oh wait, that's... I'm blind, that's on the right! I need no help. I think Frontier had okay music. I didn't like any track with Forces. Lost World had a good soundtrack. Mania, of course, had one of the best Sonic OST of all time, and Superstars had some good tracks sprinkled in. Oh god, I never played Frontiers, never played Forces, never played Lost World, played a little bit of Mania, never played Superstars. I don't really play Sonic games as much, but this one happens to be my favorite mid-school game. That my old PS3 was really fun to play this game every time before I go to school. Wait, I kinda need that though. Oh, there's smooching. Can I? Uh-oh, fire bed. Nice. I am of the opinion that... Oh, I was reading chat. I don't think that's gonna... No! Okay, fine, it's okay. Opinion of that forces... Oh, I didn't mean to press that. Opinion that forces the only bad mainline Sonic game. Oh. I never played Forces, so I couldn't... I don't know, honestly. Oh my god, game, what? Are you serious? Maybe you can grab onto those icicles. They look kind of fragile though. Yeah, what? Don't make the camera angle. Can I have freedom with my controls? Can I do the thing that I want to do? Fuck fixed camera angles, man. Two, jump. Good God. It's got bad level design, bad physics, unresponsive controls, uninteresting automaton segments, and the bad soundtrack and the bad story. Holy shit, that's all in one package. Hopefully they put all the bad things in Sonic Frontiers, and then the rest of the game will be nice again. Okay. I have to spam the buttons, this is crazy. Oh, really? Oh. My ears were bleeding. Ow. That was frame perfect, thank you very much. Oh, too much pushback. It would be nice if we can aim Sonic. Nah, I'm saving my eardrums. I'd literally rather play Sonic 06 on PS3 because at least the level design, music and story were good. Dang, even worse than 06? Holy shit. I never played 06, but I heard 06 is infamous by how bad they are. I'm gonna go here, but I'm afraid. Camera angle! Holy shit! shit! I was about to fucking go berserk with that camera angle. I was about to actually spout some bad shit that might be inappropriate for Twitch. I can hold them, unfortunately. I can assume these things breaks again. Was a good game, plagued with bad optimization and glitches. It performed better on 360. There's a modern remake that runs on a stable 60 FPS and fixes all the glitches. It's called Project 06. Proof that the game was actually good under all that jank. Oh, I might look it up then. Project 06, right? It's always nice to see people have projects like that. Like, oh, they know a game is bad, but they know what's up with the game and they're trying to like actively fix it. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, also welcome to my no strength gameplay because Kobo cannot have strength. It doesn't include the hub. Oh my god, this is not even quick. Combo kill? Very cool. Oh, they're healing. I mean, it doesn't help that they keep being on top and I couldn't kill them. Oh my god, is this GG? GG! It's not that I don't want to do airborne attacks, it's just airborne attacks sucks ass. they don't do anything. Airborne attacks are there to let you get hit only. I'm healing. That's a healer there. It's okay, we can take some time. At least I get to listen to jazz when I'm beating down monsters. Hey, well, that took a while, but for good reason. Level 1 strength. Right, let me double check if I'm missing any medals. Yeah. Love the fixed camera angle. Very, very nice. Alright. Good enough. Does include hard worlds, they still not implemented the final chapter. That's A? Holy shit. Final chapter, Sonic, Shadow and Silver stories are fully playable. Also remakes of Secret Rings and Black Knight that give the original the globe they needed. Huh, I don't know anything about them. Project Ignition and Project Reforged respectively. Holy shit. I got full moon medal? That's a lot of... oh my god, that's a lot of loot. Comet Punch? Sounds good. Holy shit, they're so expensive. Nice. Oh, and then we go fight the boss immediately because I don't think I can. Oh, I can. Okay. Dark Moray. Alright. Nighttime boss fight? With the PC port of Unleashed, and the remake of retitles makes the whole storybook trilogy a treat to play. Yeah. I mean, I only play Unleashed, but maybe I'll look into Project 06. Oh, dragon? Well, kind of a dragon, I guess. What? Okay, maybe don't do that.
下にいるウツボみたいなやつらまず片付けてみるか。
I can move.
このガスボンベみたいなやつすごく冷たそう。何かに使えないかな。
Uno reverse.
あのでっかいやつ、緑に光ってるところが弱そうだよ。
ちょっと攻撃しづらいな。なんとかして動きを止めないと。
このでっかいやつこの冷たいガスボンベで凍ったりしないかな。
What? Okay, that was way too close. Oh. Oh, nice. Did you reckon you know what to do something what it says? I want the dragon to destroy So, including this time? Oh, when he falls. Okay, okay, okay. What happened? Oh wait, I can do some damage here, I think. I can hit. I can hit for whatever reason. Kind of block canceling. What? Oh, what was that? I have a running attack? I'm gonna get you. This one there? Oh, okay. I assume I have to take the back again, right? I mean, freezing him at any point is fine to me. Unless... Oh, is it hitting the head now? Oh, nice. Oh, I saw that. So I guess when he does that move, I just have to throw it away. There's nothing I can do there. Unless you freeze yourself? Can you do that? My ears are bleeding. There we go. I mean, I'm kind of cheating. I don't think I'm doing it the way that's intended, but I'll take it. Dragon. No? A dragon more? Dragon more? Nice. All the medals, very nice. I'll give. Okay, we give. We give a little bit of strength. That doesn't do anything, by the way. We got 3 temples in a day. That's crazy. Kobo is so heckin' good. Gosh, diggity dang. Now what? Nice too. Yeah, I'm sorry, had to do something a little bit. I'm back. Did you two restore part of the planet? There was quite some Jordan there. I imagine you go tell the professor about it now. But first, why not go get him a souvenir of Ursula's trading post? I think I got them, no? I hear part of the planet's back. I bet it was thanks to you guys. How about we celebrate with some dessert? Oh, on second thought, maybe not. My wife's got me on a strict diet. Oh, I should be on a strict diet, but I'm not. Phonics, would you mind listening to an old man's woes? When I proposed to my wife... I'm sorry. When I proposed to my wife all those years ago, I promised her I would do a certain special thing for the 50th anniversary. The only problem is, I can't remember what it was. And our 50th anniversary is right around the corner. Oh, what a fix. Maybe I'll remember if I went to where I proposed to her. Would you mind taking me there? Sure. I'm counting on you. Oh, fuck. Got Jari Paka. Guess what, Kobo? What? Instant fail. Can I even get close? Let me get that real quick. Okay, we did it. Nice and easy. Some of the new clan emblem? Who knows how long it'll take to get approved though? Is it the dragon emblem? Yes, yes, this is it. This is where I took my future wife by the hand, proposed and promised. No, Oh, I still cannot remember. Well, that's on you, man. I can't for the life of me remember. They get another prison instead. Oh, I mean, if you can remember, that's just unfortunate. Perma meat frozen in the permafrost. You cannot defrosting this one. Oh no, restoring ice. Just to think, if you want a cool drink, people here don't. I'm surprised that nighttime stage didn't give as much money. Alright, let's go back to Spakonia. Did I just get the medal out of nowhere? Spakonia. The runaway? Can I give her the... I think just normal. I left the village and I'm never ever going back, mark my words. Those students keep the meat bun sharp and stuff it. Hey, fair enough, you do you, man. You do you, man. Right? Oh, that Lucia. I'll let her have it when she gets home. She swiped my dinner when I wasn't looking. And when I got mad at her, she ran away. I'm faster than I look, but I can't catch her. You look pretty quick. Would you track down Lucia for me? Sure, quick as a flash. I mean, yeah, you do stuff, buns. I definitely would love to get stuff, but... wow.
Ready? Go!
Where am I going? Oh yo, that was way hidden. Fair enough. Fair enough. Whoa. I cannot quick step because I used the thing. What? Oh my god. That's really nice. Yeah, I don't have that one yet. No sussy in here? I mean, Kobo has always been sussy. Just maybe a little bit more sussy than usual. Yeah, ever since that new thing that Kobo got for herself these days. Or like a few days ago. Here we go. I love that one so much. I cannot touch them. You tell me to press square and I die for it. What? Huh? 0.1 second reaction? What do you want, game? Tell me you can react to that. What the fuck? Holy shit. That's fucked up.
Ready, go!
Oh. I could get rings. Uh-oh. Sonic! Almost died. At least this one is normal. 19.5 seconds is fine, but that shit was 0.1 second. Here, right? Just spamming it. I want that. Am I going to the end of the stage? 1 minute left? Oh no. Yeah, look at that one hits always. Oh my god, I cannot see them. I'm stunned. Okay, good. Holy shit, that's really hard. How the fuck did you get here, kid? Holy fucking shit, you're crazy. Are you Sonic too? I don't know where this kid get her appetite. I'll give you as much as you want, just don't eat mama's food. Okay. My little girl Lucy has been acting odd lately too. She never ate much, but now she's eating her mother's food. When my wife gets mad at her, she takes off. Also, I finally remember the downgrade clan size. Oh! So hopefully I don't suddenly get people wanting to join. Like me. Oh, that Raimondo! That Raimondo! We went all the way to Apodos for what? He spent the whole time staring at the sky, hardly saying a word. Maybe he's just not interested in me. I wonder. He's always been like that ever since I've known him, so I don't think he doesn't like you. Not that that helps you very much. Damn. I just got back from Apopop. Federica asked me to go. I had a good time. The scenery was great. I mean, good for you. And this is my first time here. Oh, I said the same thing. And when you have time, Sonic, please give the old man's cooking a try. I'm very excited about my new special menu. I think everything in life is better with a touch of spice, don't you? I think. Hey kid, I hate you. My latest prank was particularly choice. Be a bud and forget you saw me, okay? Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't like you. You suck. Fuck you. Alright. Is it about the gem? Okay. Oh, hey! Hello there, fancy running you into here. I'm quite enjoying my post-retirement world travels. Hi Nina, Song. I'm playing Song. I don't know what's going on. This is decades. Oh, okay, same thing. We're gonna go look at the professor. Oh, hey, they two are together. Hey Dora, do you remember me? David, we were in the same science class? Oh yeah. I was thinking, I know it's kinda sudden, but you wanna go and do something with me sometime? The two of us? Aw? Are you sure? You're not confusing me with another girl? Oh, I am sure. I just thought you might like to hang out, but... No, I mean, yeah, it's very kind of you to ask and everything. Thanks, I'd love to. Oh, look at them. Oh my god, they're so fucking adorable. Oh my god. Believe it or not, I never really heard about Sonic until I was like 20. I mean, it's almost like I never heard of Star Trek or like Star Wars until a few years back for me, so I think it's pretty normal. Yeah. Depending on where you live or like depending on what you do, I think it's like when people think that it's something that's very mainstream or something that's very normal, sometimes there are some people that just never heard of them, and I think it's pretty normal. No worries. Hi Ami. Welcome back, Sonic. I forgot your I forgot your voice. Professor Picard should be busy with something. He's been tidying up his room this whole time. Early spring cleaning. I forgot Amy's voice. Fuck. Oh, it's you again. The name's Brenda, professional beauty and ace freelance writer. Hey there, good to see you again. I've been investigating around here too. Still, it's tough. I'm just not getting the data I need. What's that look for? Your face just screams, I saw something! And I got a nose for this sort of thing. If you do know anything, I want you to tell me. It's my duty to bring the truth to all my readers the world over. You can help with my investigation. Alright. Yes, okay, let's get to it. I hear the professor studying this incident has a favorite food? Cucumber sandwich. How many Chaos Emeralds are there in total? 7. Where was it you met up with your friend Tails, Apatos? I remember. What color was the Chaos Emerald restored at the Spagonia Temple? It was piss. Oh shit, it was not piss? What the Spagonia color? Body tackle. No? Shit. No, I suck. Let me do it again. Tails, Apatos. Was it not piss? It has to be blue then, right? Yeah. What tech did the Spagonia Temple Guardian specialize in? Laser beam? Spagonia Temple Guardian. Oh wait, that's Hollow Scar. I was thinking of Hollow Scar. I was like, what's ice? I was like, not ice. Shit, I forgot what's... What did I fight in Spagonia? I don't remember. 7. Cucumber sandwich. Thanks, that should about round up my investigation. Now I just need to send my story in and it's off to the next scoop. Maybe I'll see you again. Yeah, maybe. Alright, let's go find the professor. Another piece restored and another Gaia temple located, my boy. The next temple lies in Shamar, Sonic. This time, I will join you myself. I have a research facility there in Shamar. Now then, my friends, everyone ready to depart? I'll meet you all there. Well then, definitely. I have a few souvenirs. And potpourri. As you may know, the Dark Gaia Phoenix flings feathers at its foes. These attacks cannot be blocked, better to dodge them. Oh yeah, it would be better if you tell me 10 times earlier. What I'm doing? Okay. And there are times at night where you climb up walls with the open, yes? Well, if you hit X again while shimmying up, you can climb walls faster. Climb walls? While shimmying up. Huh, that's new. I recommend retrying the day stage in Missouri after learning the wall jump. That jumping skill will be your ticket to a new hidden path, my boy. How much fun? Small gift? Sun medal? Hey, heck yeah. And perhaps my favorite part of my travels to Holoscar has been the penguins. I hear some like to hide their treasures by the rocks where they gather. Absolutely adorable. Why, I can think of no nobler bird. One or two. I don't get that. My instrument suggests one of the walls on that route is breakable. On what route? It seems to block the way into a hidden passage. Well worth checking. Just look for the pair of snowmen. You can't miss them, my boy. What route are you talking about? What? Oh, he's gone. That was really quick, actually. Oh. B. Whoa.
システムオールグリーン7大陸すべてにおいてダークガイアの霊気を確認発信された誘導電波に従い0ポイントへ集結を開始しました
すべて計算通りダークガイアのかけらを集めるのが面倒ならば向こうから集まってもらえばいいというわけな見事なこの発想の転換さすがは世紀の天才ドクター・エッグマン様
ドクター・エッグマン
やましいダークガイア融合炉の起動を 開始する。エネルギー変換回路も温めておくんだぞ。
了解。それではダークガイアプロジェクト実行します。
実行シャイン。これでいよいよ我が野望の達成じゃ。
Eggman's robot is just so polite. We're in Shaman. Yeah, no tail stage. Let's go. We just need to find it. Find what? I missed it. Oh, fuck. It's fine. Oh my god, Shamar. Where are you going? Let's find the professor. No. It's you again! Ah, we are meet again! Hello there, how did you do? He's very comfortable around you now, eh? Thanks a lot. He doesn't even talk like... what are you doing? This is what we do. We travel around and gather rare, mysterious things to sell. Go ahead and take a look at our wares. Or are you good if we had anything left to sell, no? Sorry. We should get new stock in before next time, eh? You take a look at them. We will just see where else is somewhere out there. Okay, that was very weird. Welcome to Shamar. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. Well, there must be something you youngins would like to ask. What's this country like? It's a lively country that rests in the middle of a desert. The ruins outside of town are steeped in history and they're in bad shape. And some of the pillars are ready to fall at any moment. Be very careful. And that's right, they'll start cracking apart without warning. Yes, and they'll come tumbling down like the wrath of heaven. You guys said 5 sentences. All conveys the same message. She speaks the truth. I'll be very, very careful if I feel 6. God damn, why did you shut up? Oh. I should listen to this one more often. Yeah, so Sony Unleashed music is something else. It's super duper good. Kobo recommend. Oh my god, it's Ami? No, why is Amy here? You must be Sonic. The professor is waiting for you inside. Oh, I found Professor. And who am I? I'm an exchange student at the university. I came to study the ruins here under the professor's instruction. Cool. I wanna explore a little bit. By destroying everything. I thought I saw metal. Hey, do you know who you're looking at? Me and my sister are. the pretty committee to preserve peace in Shama. Oh. Come on, Samia, say it.
Pretty come kitty.
Good enough. Now listen up, you two. No funny business or else. Got it? Good. You look like you understand. I wonder where my sister went. She took off without saying where she was going. She had me worried sick. She might be lost again, or worse. Oh, it's you again. Ah, hello again. I'm glad you popped by, if you don't mind. Could you keep this that girl again for me? Again, keep my identity on the down low, Why? I don't get it. If you... Shall I read you your fortune? I make sure you write some, most of the time. Ah, silly me, I seem to have lost my tools of augury. Are you a tourist? Would you like to learn about our country and culture? Lay it on me, Granny. During this time each year, we give thanks to the moon in the heavens. And during this time, we switch our daytime and nighttime routines. So you sleep in the morning and eat in the night? No, not eat. You do work at night? Hey, fortune teller? Yeah, but apparently she forgot her augury. Not too sure what that is, but... The dad's there. Look at you, chat. Actually scary. Hi. Hey, you! Yes, you! The blue fellow! Have you tried some delicious chai? Chai is a wonderful type of tea we've drunk here in Shama for generations. I am a specialist in the field. I spend my days seeking the ultimate chai. But chai to me is like vegetable, you know, like Thai. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, my sinuses are clogged. A laboratory, you say? I need to be on that bridge over there way. I'm sure he's fine. The laboratory? Over that way. Oh my, that's quite some prickly hair you have there, my friend. I was once quite prickly too, although it was my personality, not my hair. Of course, now I'm just a plain old temple repairman, I kid you not. So, what can I do you for? Speak up, I haven't got all day. A laboratory? You mean where the brainy big shop does experiments? Why, that's easy, just over that way, you can't miss it. That doesn't help. That doesn't help. What's that way? What's that way? That's fucked up. What's wrong, boys? You running around like headless chicken? You lost or something? You want to go see Professor Pickle? Well, why don't you say so? The professor's over at his laboratory. Just make a beeline from here. Keep going straight till you can't go straight anymore. I cannot go straight anymore. What do I do, chat? I cannot. I'm pushing my left stick up, chat. I cannot go straight anymore. What do I do? They're not helping. Oh. Can only go gay. Oh god, I have to go gay now. Let's go. Not that I mind. Straight no more. Kobo will be gay for dragons. Golden Trading Company. I have no money. Half? Ooh. Audio system. Yo, look at that. Alright, we're going the gay way. Nothing's wrong with going the gay way. Hi, Ami.
I came along with the perfected too. Wherever you go, I follow. Lucky you.
I'm scared. I'm fucking scared. Sister. Alright, let's go to find Professor. Stalker alert? I know, right? Holy shit, Amy.
Welcome to my lab. Any trouble finding the place, my boy?
Yeah, someone told me to go straight until I couldn't go straight anymore, and I had to go the gateway. And then someone just told me it's over that way, which they don't point anywhere. I have some trouble.
I know you just arrived, but have you had a look around the area yet? And you should also be able to visit Empire City next to Shamar. And that's another spot you likely want to investigate, Sonic.
The further questions? I don't think I have souvenirs anymore. Yeah, I'm out of money. So I came to Shama, and then the game told me to go Empire City immediately? Question mark? Maybe I can just go to the entrance stage and see how it goes. I wanna do a morning stage. Kobo wanna do a morning stage. Oh my god, yeah, that's the light speed dash. Nice. Red team. Okay, yeah, make it not like that. Ooh. Crystal ball? Wait, I thought there was a big piece of candy. Wanna let it down? Wait, we can have fortune teller now. Oh my god, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead at entrance stage. There's something down there. Oh my god, sorry. Oh. Yeah, I saw something there. I saw something again. Yeah. Yeah, there we go, like speed dash. Same materials as rings. Hey, you can do the light speed dash now. Triangle, button, roll, racing, and zoom along in light speed. Yeah, this is really important. Just like that. Apparently there's a lot of places with like speed dash that I need to do. Morning stage. Let's do morning stage. This is my favorite music.
Ready?
Oh. Kobo going in. Oh my god, it's a U-turn. Do it again. He's so heckin' nice. What happened? Should avoid the further. Can I go back up? Kobo forgot to invest in handling stat? Yeah. Oh, I see the jump. Too early. Oh, I can just use like speed dash. No! Damn it, Kobo suck. Nice. Oh, this stage is really hard. Yeah, this is something I can do. What, double loop-de-loop? The mythical double? Wait, I saw something that I kind of want. I saw something I kind of want. Got attracted by shiny and I died for it. No, I'm not gonna get into that. I'm not. I want to. I kind of want to. Kobo kind of want to, but maybe not. Sonic? Sonic? Okay, thank you, Sonic. Oh. Oh, that feels good, actually. Can I go back up? Wait. Okay, wait. Oh my god, Kobo is the best. Oh, the... Get out of here. shiny killing combos as per usual. Gosh. Almost messed up. Ooh, this one is really tough. Yeah! We got the best music again at the end of the stream. Oh my god. It is just like I messed up in Hollow Sky as well. We got the best music in the game. Yeah. No. Oh my god, the music. I'm sorry, oh my god. It always catch me off guard the first time I listen to it. Ooh, that sounds pretty cool. I need to get not E, but it's so difficult though, this one. Edging strength. Yeah, strength is getting edged, but it's never there. Just like how Kobo wants edged and never. I mean, what? I wanna do it again. I wanna get not E. Okay, Sonic. Okay. Oh, Sonic, chill. Oh my god, chill, Sonic. I'm dead. I cannot do anything. Oh, okay. Grab the wall! Why do you jump down, Sonic? You stupid! Oh my god, Sonic. I swear to God, Sonic. Maybe can I select the stage here? No? I don't want to go through that again. Okay, let me return to world map. Maybe I can select the stage then. Ooh, something is very shiny for whatever reason. Yeah. Alright, let's try again.
Ready? Go!
Oh, there's a boost pad here. Oh, okay. You know, chat, I just saw the moon medal and I was trying to go back, but I can't. I tried, you saw how long I was drifting, but I still keep going forward. Just triangle. So those people pushes me away like crazy. Okay. I cannot reach. Oh, okay. That's from a shortcut. Hey, I need to know, right? Oh, fire. No medal for Kobo. Instead, Kobo noises. Oh! I think I need more speed stats for this. Because I never leveled up Day Sonic, I only leveled up Night Sonic. Maybe it does make a difference. Oh, that could be a lot easier. I saw this. Oh yeah. Yeah, let them fall, it's okay. Maybe it's time to invest in some speed for Sonic. Maybe. Going in! Yeah. This game is like bang a stage and then camera angle makes you rage over and over. Yeah. I mean, it's true though. Right? It's true. Alright, one level. Oh my god, Kobo is so generous. Oh my god. One level. Now, what stage do I want to play? I kind of want to do some stages before I go EP. EP 补啦, walao eh, 才5点. I'm gonna end the stream soon. No, I want to play morning stages. Much new. Very speed.
Ready?
Also my favorite music here. Speed dash. Wait, go back, go back. Oh, maybe? Oh, wait, go back, go back. There we go. How did I get there? I see medal. Kobo see medal. Is it here that I need to jump? Yeah. There we go. Nice. Kobo Mega Speed. That was a shortcut. Nice. That feels good. Huh? Oh, I got hit too many times. Oh, I got hit once and then I lose a lot of rings there. Well, we got one sun medal and one collectible. Hollow Scar. Ooh, have I done Hollow Scar Morning yet? Let's do Hollow Scar Morning. Hollow Scar Morning is also really difficult. It's the first E I got in this game.
Ready? Go!
The music is such a banger too. Whoa! Where's Sony going? Huh? Okay, Kobo gonna get it, right? It's free medallion. I don't know why I jumped. I got lucky. Oh my god. I get him. Oh my god, it's so hard to control. Kobo cannot control itself. This is fine. Ow. There's one in the middle. Yes, okay. The OST for Ice Strikes might be my favorite, to be honest. For this one, yeah. Sony Unleashed do it good. Oh, that one is so hard to do. There must be a medal up there. Help. Sonic, what the hell? Okay, thank you. Nice. Oh, okay. If it works, it works. Remember, third one hits. Yeah, that one hits. Hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Wow. I thought I would get an A. Death perception hard for Kobo. Yeah, somehow. But usually it doesn't. Usually it's not that hard for Kobo, but in this game, somehow it's kind of difficult for Kobo to like grasp the depth a little bit. Oh my god, I have to do my favorite Chunnan. It's spring south Chunnan.
Ready? Go!
There should be some dragon. Oh my god. I couldn't wait for that. Kobo diving into Mall? I cannot help it, I see Mall. I remember this one. It's so much easier. It brought me forward. There we go, light speed dash. Oh, that was like frame perfect. Well, not frame perfect, but very tight. Hi, Pokey. Welcome. That's a bad idea. What? No. Oh. Oh. Okay, we have to wait. I cannot believe we have to wait. With every ring, let's go. Okay. Oh my god, I almost got fucked. Chat, if I didn't die, that would be S. If I didn't die, it has to be S. More speed? I mean, I've been giving furry hedgehog like most of the points. Maybe it's time to invest in some. Okay. I cannot edge strength anymore. That's like the maximum edge. Maximum edge is crazy. The strike is so close, I know, but no strength. That's my favorite one. Oh, maybe I can try doing the time trial again. Oh. Okay, there we go. $330? I think this is possible. Way to be a man. I'll make it worth your while to clear, buddy. Good luck. Are you gonna give me 2 dogs this time? If I were to do level 2?
Ready? Go!
Oh yeah. No power. Right, here we go. Get him. I think the ring makes it slightly slower. Wait, Sonic, where you going? Sonic, why would you face the other way? What do you mean? Walao, why would you go the other way? Don't do it, Sonic. What are you doing? My money.
Ready? Go!
Oh. Sonic decided to die. Sonic is like, oh, I'm a little bit tired. Let me dash the other way. Honestly, not that I mind too much. I don't mind playing this stage over and over again, but 20 money is so expensive. Oh my god, yeah, the Sonic's just facing the other way when doing it. How many times? 2 2 minutes. Oh my god, where am I going? I actually cannot see. Oh, I went through a shortcut. Yeah, I keep going there. Oh my god, Kobo is so fast. I can even be here and do two spins, 2 jumps, 1 dash to the other way, 1 more spin and go into the ring. Cool. Hi Nature Dragon. Yeah, Sonic. I've been starting to play Sonic Unleashed because it's definitely one of my absolute favorite Sonic game during mid school at least. I mean, I cannot really say my favorite Sonic game since it's pretty much the only one I play. Sweet, nice going, Sonic. I felt the breeze all the way back here, haha. Custom made hot dog. 1? Holy stingy. Oh yeah, these are all 4 chip. Yeah, hi, hope you're doing good. Ugh, so sour. It's good though. It's so refreshing, kinda tart, kinda sweet. And kebab wheat. It's got so much in it, it's hard to eat, so I just shove it all in. Damn, I wish a dragon would do that. Huh? Sorry, what? Mellow yum? I didn't... It's so good. Now I feel awesome. I wonder if Eggman's got any friends. Think he's friends with the robots? Yo, Chip, chill. What? Where did that come from? Give me a second. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. Okay, I'm back. Alright, dragons, you're gonna fail this co-op soon? Look. My DMs are open. Wink wonk. Wink wonk. Alright. I'm giving this to Sonic. I already gave this to Chip, so it's fine. 2:30. I have 1 minute to spare, right? Yeah, I can do it. Inflate the Kobo. No, I don't want inflate. I want something else to fill the Kobo out. Not just air. You know, like something. You guys can figure out what. I'm the Kobo, right? Yeah. Alright, here we go. Lock in. Only 2:30 minutes. 2 minutes 30 seconds, I mean. Oh, I messed up. Avoid that. That one takes some time. No, I might not be able to do it. Okay, it's not too much of a time loss. Cannot dash. GG. It's okay, this is fine. Keep going back. No, I'm. How the fuck did I miss that? Kobo still got it. Oh my god, get in! Oh, no fucking way. Okay, that's way too close, that's way too close. Too many mistakes, too many mistakes. First try though, heck yeah. One. Oh, was it two? Maybe it just says... Ah, three! Okay, yeah, that's... I was like, I got two just now. Oh, okay, so 3 is like the maximum? Okay. I mean, is ring even difficult? I'm getting a lot of rings here as well. I somehow have 2400 rings. Or maybe doing the mission gives a bunch of rings when I do it. No, hi! Where am I? I can't remember what happened last night. I remember I went shopping. You what? How far is that? Wait, that's like half the continent, no? That's like half the earth. I need to check. Okay, this is Apotos. This is Shama. Okay, granted it's not that far, but because this place is still like broken, so to go to Apotos, you have to go here. Even then, it's still impossible because here. What? Okay, that's kind of funny actually. Like, in the village. I'm pretty sure there's still something that I need to do there. Kobo definitely wants a boiled egg. Ooh, egg. Yeah. Greetings, gentlemen. A little bird told me you are traveling all over the world. Coincidentally, traveling is a hobby of mine as well. I find it so informative. Pick up all sorts of details I didn't know. I expect you've been gathering information in your own travels. I wonder how well you've come to know this place. Would you kindly answer questions I wish to pose? I can try. Let's see if we can get all 5 answers right. Oh, I'm chat help. Remember the name of the shop here in town? It's like Surfside Seagull. Following items is not for sale in Apotos. Menoyam. What's the shop in front of the building where Georgios usually is? Ice cream shop? I think it's a florist, no? Lambros? Do you know who Lambros is? Say that with a mustache. How does the mysterious Lucas laugh? Yuk. 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 Did a few mistakes, I see. Camping is here I can try and error this shit. See who Lambros? Save mustache. Anastasia is the lady who lost her denture. Who is her husband? Fuck, it's Eric. Thank goodness I remember. Lambros' son. Lucas. Is it not? Oh fuck. How do you spell the name of this place? Apotos. I don't know. The third answer was I don't know. Holy shit, that caught me off guard. Don't know. Oh my god, I love the answer. I should have answered that one. Don't know. I want to get all of them right, but they changed. They changed the. She changed the questions. Hi, Bread Talk. Oh my god, dragon. Right, let me try again. Following item is not for sale. Meloyam. How do you spell the name of this place? Don't know. Apotos. What's the name of Lambros' son? It's not Lucas. It's not Lambros Jr. Yeah. What is the profession of Georgios, the man prone to worry and doubt? Georgios, I don't know. Is it ice cream vendor? No? Shit. Ice cream vendor is the other one. No. What's the shop in front of the building? It's not florist. Okay, so it is ice cream. And drink? I will drink too. Hope Bread Talk is doing good. Oh my god. Wow. I'm sure I can do it. Alexis. Do you know who Lambros is? Still with a mustache. Think we can remember the name of the shop here in town? Subside. Which of the following item is not for sale in Meloyam? What's the shop in front of the ice cream shop? Okay! Oh my god, dragon head. Your love for this is evident. I love to travel the world, seeing how other people live. I look forward to the next time our path cross. Quiz lady? Yo, okay. Oh, dark spirits! Oh, I'm terribly sorry to have startled you. What are we doing? I am exercising. This requires concentration. Please come back tonight. Oh, you have a mission for me at night time? Oh no. Oh no. Dad went out to sea. I hope he's doing okay. I'm not lonely. I'm the proud son of a sailor. Aww. Okay, nothing new. Oh, it's you two again. Chunnan was great. I'm so glad we made the trip. Did you hear that? She had a fantastic time. What? You want to hear how we met? That's not what I said. But yes, please. Let me start by telling you a bit about me in my younger days. I was much as I am now, a shy debonair. What is debonair? Fella, a stand-up guy. Got that right, she says. I don't think that's what she says, Eric. That's enough for now. I'll tell you more later. Okay, she seems to be in discomfort. I don't like that. Also, nice. Good job, camera. I actually want to see if there's like any different stages in entrance stage. Ooh. Oh my god, Kobo hole. Kobo hole. Kobo in hole. Oh my god. Kobo like how. Ooh, that was lucky. Oh. Ew, that looks bitter. I hate bitter stuff. Sonic Jump 亚麻给战火就这样，我不见掉一命，真的是够力。Oh, you know what? That works. Oh, that's for nighttime. Oh. Oh. Ooh, different stage? Oh, it's the start of the stage. Can I get S on this one? It's like the shortest one.
Ready? Go!
Imagine playing the tutorial stage again. This should be S, right? Oh, how do you get S? What? Holy shit, impossible? But are you pointing that way for me? Oh, another one. Act 3? Oh, is this like a... Ooh, it's a different stage. Ooh, I never... Oh my god. I never played this one when I was a kid. How the fuck? I never explored the entrance stage at all. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Moon medal? How do I even get that? I might have to jump it. Oh my god. I have to do it earlier. Oh moon medal on the right side, okay. Deadbolt kills it with numb. There we go. What? What do you mean, though? What do you mean? I didn't. Why would you jump? Okay. Okay. I mean, I don't know what to do there. Holy. I got B out of it? Dang. Wow, there's like different small acts of a stage. Ooh, nice. Wow, who knew Apotos has like the most secret and shit? Oh, I'm back here again, okay. Okay, let's do one more day stage and Kobo probably gonna call it a day. I like day stage. Let's do Chunnan. Yeah, let's do Chunnan one more time. My favorite. Right. Here we go. Best music.
Ready?
Music.
Go!
Dragon. I almost did it. I jumped one too many times. Wait, let's restart this.
Ready?
I want to try and get an S rank as well, why not? get there. Love that dragon. Holy, I cannot jump. How tight was that? Oh my god, me. Hello. Wow. What me is doing good. Not very covered. You kind of dragon. There we go. Holy footsteps. Oh, woke up a tad late. Oh. Almost 1 p.m. Oh, that is kind of late. It's okay though. It's on a Sunday, man. You. I hate you. What do you mean you would? What? What is absolute shit? I cannot believe it. What? Man, I was doing so good too. That works too. Speed. Nice. That little shithead though. Woke up, okay. Let me go grab coffee and make something to eat right back. Of course. Have a good coffee as well. I'm probably gonna coin a day here now. A holy 8. I mean, this one is 20, so I shouldn't complain. And then the string is still getting edged. Constantly edged string. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I kind of want to do one. Okay, one more Shamar and for real, okay? One more Shamar.
Ready? Go!
Oh, help. I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
Ready? Go! Go!
Oh my god, I'm stuck at them again. What? Looks like there's light speed somewhere. Oh my god. How much speed was that? That was 149. I'm so fast. It's crazy. These guys are blocking. Oh, triangle. I messed up again. Okay, there we go. Oh, I didn't see that. Oh no. Oh my god, my brain shut down for a bit just now. No, it's still the same even though I level up quite a few of my speed levels. Maybe they don't make much difference, question mark? I didn't press square though! I tried to boost. I mean, I did press square, but it was way before I got into that thing. I could jump there. You know what, I'm going back. Yeah. Whoa, Sonic? What do you mean? That's a scripted turn. Oh my god, there are a few weird deaths here and there. Okay, music is still okay, right? Even with D. I'm surprised I didn't get an E. Maybe I'm too fast. Even though I perform badly, I'm still pretty fast enough to like get an D. I should probably invest some points for morning Sonic, no? Alright, I'll probably call it a day here. Tomorrow I'm gonna be playing a little bit more War Farm because I want to. I've been addicted to Warframe lately, and I get to put the Warframe. Message from Sappho. Ooh. Oh my god, we love you, kitty. Love you, Sappho. Oh yeah, the taskbar hero is still going. Wanna watch me do taskbar hero for a bit? just micromanaging everything real quick. Day stage extended. Let's listen to Mazuri. Okay, there we go. Karma, oh my god, it's been a while. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. My stash is almost full. 1 point. HP per kill. Block chance. Get this one first. Increase cast speed. Increase critical damage. How much crit do you have? Crit chance 9. 9. I mean, 9. How? I'll get cast speed. Why not? Life leech, dodge chance. A lot of dodge chance. I would rather to have some like offensive capability. Oh, I'm getting immortal great stuff now. Oh my god, it's a thing.png. It's a thing. Oh my goodness. Having some immortal great stuff. Oh my god, I keep pressing that. I don't want to buy. 242. Oh, this one is level 40. Yeah, get in there. Orange, get in there as well. Decoration, get in there. Decoration, crafting. Maybe I should put crafting on the other page. Now that I know what the soulstones are for. Nice. And then space. And so many shiny. Actually, I have a lot of engraving and decorations here. That's orange level? That's crazy. 1, 2. Oh, it's a first inscription material. Oh my god. The Pokemon Infinite Fusion Hoenn demo came out. You okay? Play a bit. It's good so far. I mean, Hoenn is always pretty good. The third generation Pokemon, even the thing is like even Hoenn itself is like the base game is really fun. 5 million? Holy shit. I'd rather get more XP here. Monster Q +1 XP gain. Oh, +1 is just 1. Is it strong to just +1? Hi, Varen. What's in spice? 6B? Oh, you mean this one? This is screen copy. I used to use this thing for if I want to stream my phone games to the PC. I will open up screen copy and then connect my phone to my PC, and then screen copy will have like a screen in my PC that shows my phone screen, and I can use that to stream phone games like how I used to stream Dragon and Lost back then. Yay! They have an option for the monster run around on the overworld. What? I was hoping for a Kobo, but I'm sorry. I mean, I don't thing I don't really store spicy stuff in my PC. Usually if I want spicy stuff, I just go to a certain website. Or I just go online and like it's very easy to search for them. So I didn't really like save them. I mean my PC space is already like dying here, so like yeah, they're dying here. So I'm not really looking to have more things to store. So yeah. Bleh. But the Kobo bun sounds good though. But maybe a dragon bun sounds even better. For PC, yeah. There's I don't know why it's so big, but I've been looking at the things that I got, and then it's like I don't see much things that I can delete. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's weird. My PC has suffered with me for a decade now. For a decade. But only when I started streaming, then my PC is like this, right? Super duper full almost all the time. It's so fucked up actually. I feel bad, but I don't know what to do. Boop. Work untitled folder. I mean, mine is not even like work. Mine is just like a bunch of like. I did clean up my art folder. Yeah. I cleaned it up back then. It went from like 20 plus gigabytes to like now this folder, VR chat folder. It's calculating. It's about 3, 4, 6, 8, 9. What? Why is it so big still? And it's still going up. 12 gigabytes on my art folder. Oh my god. I mean, sure, like those substance painter file is like really big, but still, I kind of need them just in case. Real talk. What's the KO situation? Chow? I don't know. You mean the person who has a Chow doll on his head? In Sonic Unleashed? Tend to buy an SSD or HD drive? I would, but it's expensive. So much art indeed. It's Chad. Oh my god. What an emote. It's not really a lot, but I save a lot of separate files so that I can revisit those files to see what's wrong. Also, hi Coffee Mancer. So I have like a same model, but then have multiple saves. Like 40, 50 saves even. But I did clean them out last time, so yeah. I'm playing the recompiled version on the PC. Sonic Adventures Battle 2 Director's Cut. Eh? But I'm playing Sonic Unleashed recompiled. It released last year, I'm pretty sure, on the PC, where they recompiled the Sonic Unleashed to PC. The Chaos. Oh, I never played that one. I'm sorry. Sonic. I mean, the only Sonic games that I play was this one, Sonic Unleashed, and Sonic Rush on the NDS. No, I don't have much knowledge with Sonic. I only know that blue Sonic fast. Yeah. Oh my god, Tikaka is streaming. Hell yeah. Let's rate Tikaka. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Kobo wanna rate Tikaka. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna rate Tikaka. I'm gonna plug my things real quick. I have coffee. Coffee helps, coffee good, coffee nice. There's a monthly subscription, so if you want to help even more, there's the coffee thing, and it helps a lot. But only help if you can, so heck yeah. And I'll let Bernie talk about it a little bit as well. Hey Bernie! What I have a feeling I'm gonna get Stephenson, that's why I didn't summon Bernie. Because Stephenson is so loud. I need to remove the stop one. But the rest is fine. Alright, we get Stephenson is finished. Let's listen to Bernie. Hey Bernie, tell them about it, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow, thank you, Bernie. But yeah, that's coffee. I also have a Discord channel. Oh, nice, you got air conditioner. I announced my stream stuff over there, and there's Dragon Simping Corner because I love dragons a heck ton. Dragons are amazing. I love them. But yeah, anything stream related will be on my Discord, so that just so you guys know. And I think that's pretty much it. Here's the rate message. But of course, you guys can use whichever emote you guys want. Just maybe don't use more than 4. I don't want to flood the chat box too much. And yeah, I think tomorrow I'm gonna play more Warframe because Kobo has been addicted to Warframe lately. So yeah, let me type in the rate to Tikaka. Okay, there we go. I typed in the rate. And Kobo's ready to rate. I'm probably gonna go get myself some dinner and then maybe sleep a little bit earlier today because last night has too much nightmares and I was pretty groggy. Oh well, thank you, bad talk. Yeah, I typed in the rate. So before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. And very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, alright? And here comes the raid to Tikaka. Yeah. Tikaka is so heckin' amazing, honestly. Oh my heck. I always love watching them do art. Inspires Kobo to do more art as well, huh? Oh, I did get a raid today. Wow, I forgot. Sleep is evil, naps are superior. Well, I could be taking a nap for 8 hours. I think that's fine too. A nap for 8 hours. Normal behavior. Yeah. Still a nap, right? Right. Since naps are superior, then nap for 8 hours makes it. Well, napping for 8 hours feels better. Heck yeah. Okay lah. I'm gonna press the rate now button. Take care everyone. Kobo loves you. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.